More playoff action last night. There was some historic things done in the Dallas game. We'll start, though, with Toronto. The Maple Leafs squeak out a win at home against the Panthers by a 4-3 score. So they take a 2-0 series lead over the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, and now the series shifts back to South Florida. Dallas wins over Winnipeg 3-2. All 3 goals by Mikko Rantanen. He is the first player in NHL history, the third player in NHL history to get back-to-back playoff hat tricks. So Rantanen was 6 goals in his last 2 games, and all of them last night. Dallas takes a 1-0 series lead over the Winnipeg Jets. Tonight's action, Hurricanes and Capitals at 7 o'clock, Game 2. Oilers and Golden Knights at 9:30. That's also a Game 2. In the NBA, the New York Knicks pulled off another 20-point comeback win against the Boston Celtics to win by 1 point. So a 2-0 series lead now for the Knicks over the Celtics, who were heavily favored going into the series. Meanwhile, the Thunder smoked the Nuggets 149-106. That game was over very quickly. That series now tied at 1-1, shifting back to Denver. To the NFL, couple of notes from yesterday. Tyreek Hill had his second wrist surgery, and his timeline, though, is still to be ready for the regular season, and most notably would still be on the Miami Dolphins, according to Tom Pelissero. There's no trade stuff with Tyreek Hill right now. Also, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, after Gabe Davis was released by the Jaguars yesterday, reports that some people in the league believe that Travis Etienne could be next. Running back for the Jaguars, former first-round pick. He'll need a contract coming up, and he could be a cut candidate for Jacksonville. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We're back. Happy Thursday. Good morning.
Chilly.
Is it earlier right now than most normal 6 o'clocks? I know 6 o'clock is pretty standard, but it feels early.
Is it Wait, what?
You know how the real feel? We should do that with time. It's 17, but the real feel is 7. It's 6 a.m., but the real feel to me is like 5:15. Feels earlier.
A time real feel.
Yeah, time real feel. The same thing happens when, can you believe it's already June?
Yeah.
That's you saying it feels like it's mid-May.
That happens more with days of the week, doesn't it, than anything?
Okay, so it's Thursday, but the real feel is Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
If we can do it with temperature, why can't we do it with other things?
Yeah, just do real feel with everything.
Right, the Bills won by 7, but the real feel was like 15.
See, now that's a good idea.
The real feel?
I really like that. Like, yesterday we referenced that Bills-Bengals game where the Bills only lost by 6 in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
remember that?
But the real feel was like 11?
The real feel was that they lost by like 20
okay.
in that game. The real feel was 38-18
right.
for that football game.
The real feel of the perfect game against New England, They won by 30, but the real feel was 100.
Yeah.
Because they were so perfect that day.
Yeah, real feel 98-3 might have been the real feel for
like
that
it.
game. I like sports real feel.
We should use this. All right. Put it on the table for the next Sabres game. They win a game.
Could do it for players, too. Like, I don't know how many goals Jack Quinn scored last year, but the real feel was 4. Right? The real feel on Jack Quinn goals last season was 4, but he probably scored, 12? Something like that.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
The real feel.
Yeah, more real feel in life. All right.
I'm sold.
He scored 15, by the way, last year.
I would not have guessed that.
15 goals.
15, but the real feel is
6.
Okay, 6.
Yeah, bump him up to 6 a little bit. Not something I ever thought of, but I'm in. Anything. Let's throw it in to sports.
I'm trying to think of like another really good example where this would apply.
The real feel on Liverpool winning the title was actually like 30 points, and it was only like a 12-point difference.
The real feel on James Cook, he ran for 208 yards today, but the real feel, maybe that doesn't work. Sacks, there you go. Like a defensive end could really use real feel because he was all over the quarterback today. Yeah, no sacks, but the real feel was 2.5 because a lot of contact after the ball left.
Right.
You know, he was in the quarterback's face. The real feel, how many times did the Eagles sack Mahomes in the Super Bowl? I don't know the number. The real feel was
25.
100 times.
It felt like every single snap.
Yeah.
He dropped back to pass.
Well, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We're here with you. We've got Paul coming up, Paul Hamilton at 7 o'clock, and Sal at 8. We've got some honest-to-goodness news. I mean, the Sabres front office starting to take a slightly different shape, and we've got some reporting on other pieces that could still happen. And for Sal, it's rookie camp preview and maybe a quick conversation about Gabriel Davis, who has been cut by the Jacksonville Jaguars after just one season. I have put up a Twitter poll to open up the show, which hilariously, it's not like actually funny, but ties these two together. What's a better idea, Gabe Davis or Eric Staal? Should we start with Staal? Are you getting through this okay? The real feel to you is that the Sabres have franchises folded. It's just how they hired Eric Staal, but your real feel is that the franchise is gone and has died.
It's just they're being run by the 06 Hurricanes.
Right.
Like, someone had a funny tweet on this, like where a lot of teams just bring back their old players, like, and create an old boys club to run the franchise. And the Sabres are doing that with the 2006 Carolina Hurricanes, of all teams.
It's only 2 people
so far. What's Brett Hedican doing? He's going to get a job in this organization.
Would you take it? Would you take it if it got Brindamore as the coach?
Maybe. He's the one guy that I would really want Brindamore as the coach, but it wouldn't feel good. That's the thing. It's such a special assistant to the general manager. He's Dwight Schrute, assistant to the manager. And yet it's like I got Eric Staal back working for the organization. It was gross enough that he got to wear the Sabre uniform at some point in time. And now he is in the organization. It is not like a real, impactful thing on what's going to happen with this hockey team. It's just though, like, I don't know. This all stinks for fans for 15 years. And even the little things, they do get magnified because they're terrible. I understand that. But it's like even the little things just have to go like a way that you don't like. The lottery the other night, 0 expectation that they were going to win that lottery.
And they go down 2.
They go down 2 spots. Sweet, of course. 5% chance that was going to happen. There it is. You go down 2 spots. Congratulations. And then 2 nights later, it's, remember that team that you never, ever want to think about because they have your cup? Feels like they have your cup. Yeah, well, we're just going to hire their best player. Yeah, he lives here now. He's going to be working for the organization. Just, it doesn't feel good.
Will he live here for this process? Not that matters that much. I wonder about that.
I mean, does he work at the arena?
Who knows? Does he have an office? Is he on the road? Yeah, special assistant to the general manager.
Right. I don't know, but he comes from the team I never want to think about for the rest of my life. And now, I mean, again, I don't know how much we're going to hear from him. Maybe never. Maybe we'll never see him do anything for this team. Or maybe he'll become the general manager at some point.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe the plan is that someday Adams is going to get bumped up to president and Eric Staal is going to be the GM of the Sabres.
Frank Saravelli of the Daily Faceoff has written about the Sabres and what his sources are telling him. And it reads like a couple different things. One, possibility, Frank and his sources don't know anything, and their sources don't know anything because it's league sources say the Sabres have discussed the option of a new hierarchy. They've also discussed the option of bumping Adams up. They've also discussed the option. He writes that they've basically held exploratory conversations with experienced executives. Okay,
right,
but that those might have been tabled a little bit. It basically reads, as Frank Saravelli reports on the Sabres, like they don't know what they're going to do yet. They're just talking about it. And, of course, there were multiple day meetings between Kevin Adams and Terry Pegula.
Yeah.
He pitched for days. Maybe part of the pitch is, I'm going to bring in Eric Staal. Okay. I'm going to bring in somebody else. Okay. This all still lines up to me to I'm kind of surprised that they maybe don't do this. Where's the former player that wants the job? Even if you don't think it's a good idea, doesn't that kind of make sense? For it happens in the NHL. It's someone else to put on the face of this thing. I keep saying Ryan Miller. You've mentioned Thomas Vanek. These guys work in the Sharks front office.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you they're qualified, but that doesn't seem to be a thing the Sabres need is qualified candidates.
Right. Well, that's what they did yesterday.
Right.
But they're doing it with a player from a different organization. And maybe that's my annoyance is, hey, if you're going to bring in a guy to a kind of a do-nothing job at the beginning, not say he'll do nothing, but it's not very meaningful, I think, to whether you're good or bad next season. If you're going to bring a guy in like that, and you're going to put it out to the fans and there'll be a release about it, what would make people feel good? If they hired Ryan Miller yesterday, I think people would feel good about that.
Yes.
If they had hired Thomas Vanek, people would have felt good. Jason Pominville.
I might be a sucker.
Although I think Pominville lives in the woods now or something.
If they hired Ryan Miller, I would be happy. Yeah. And it might be...
And they did the opposite of that.
It might be stupid. Again, does Ryan Miller want the job is a question we always ask. It might be stupid. I'll accept that. We all have opinions that might be stupid, but they also might work. And Miller, I don't know, doesn't every Sabres fan think of him as a professional, a consummate professional, somebody that's going to care a lot?
Sure.
Is it Levi? No, Owen Power. Sorry, it's Owen Power. When Owen Power is the first pick for the Sabres in the draft, they had Miller cut a video talking about him and talking about what it's like to play. Hey, Michigan kid, blah, blah, blah. What it's like to play for Team USA.
Yeah.
I think it was when Power was the pick. And whatever, the idea that you connect with your fans, he does that. He gets that. Kevin Adams, he knows what it's like to be from here, but I don't know that, maybe it's because of 6 years. Does Kevin Adams connect with the fans in a way? Does Eric Staal? Your answer to that would be definitely no.
No. Well, he does in a negative way.
Right. Maybe. For you,
the only types.
I don't know how many people really hold those grudges about the '06 Hurricanes. I know you do, and I don't think it's totally insane.
Yeah, and I know some people do. I don't think I'm in the majority.
I like to kind of poke fun at the idea that the '06 Hurricanes, like you, were the luckiest team of all time. Blah blah blah. But that doesn't mean that they can't win because of the people they've hired. So
that's right.
I'm not sitting here saying Eric Staal won't help. I have no idea, his role and all that. But that's where I get to. The idea that they might kick Adams up and hire somebody else. The Buffalo News reported that Jason Karmanos, who is someone that's been in the organization and might have the most experience in a front office, he might not make it through. He might not last. So
and meanwhile, the assistant coach
is getting more say on roster construction. Yes. An increased, if not unofficial, role with a voice in hockey operations decisions and scouting. Doesn't that about Seth? So that's Seth Appert, the Sabres assistant coach. Doesn't that mean he's going to be the next head coach, maybe after one more year? And if he's going to run an organization, run as a head coach eventually, we're going to talk to him more unofficially about roster decisions?
Yes, and isn't that something we kind of thought that was possible or even likely, that he's the man in waiting for after Lindy Ruff?
Some think he's kind of the coach now.
Yeah.
I'm not the one saying that, but I see that sentiment out there from time to time.
Yeah. Right. I was wondering if there would be some story about how Lindy was going to get more say in more personnel decision-making in the organization. Paul brought that scenario up with us recently, that Lindy would be that guy, and instead it's Appert, which I don't like. It feels like a promotion after you didn't really do your job last year. And I know he has more responsibilities than just the power play, but when most people think of Seth Appert
they think of special
with
teams.
The Buffalo Sabres last year, they think of, well, he was in charge of the power play. Oh, the power play was terrible.
Yeah, for long stretches.
Oh, and now he's getting a promotion? In a way? It's none of this even has to be negative to what they're building. I just don't really think it moves the meter all that much. And what you're at the same time doing is, I just think, these reports or announcements, none of it makes your fans feel any better. I don't think.
What could make them feel better? We are at this question, which we get to quite often. What could make you feel better? And the answer always is just win. Just win more games.
And I do think on a smaller scale, like for Saravelli and then Friedman saying earlier in the day that they are looking for a experienced GM to come be a senior advisor,
like Rick Dudley, somebody like that.
And Dudley is the first name that I think anybody should think of because he lives locally, and his official title right now with the Florida Panthers is senior advisor to the Florida Panthers. He's doing the exact job. His job is
Sure.
he just there to the GM to pick his ear
Just
once in a
basically
while?
hop on different Zoom calls now?
Sure, right. Like whatever that job actually entails, Dudley does it for the Panthers. So would that make people feel better? I mean, it would make me feel a little better. Oh, a guy that has been a GM, I think 3 times in the NHL is now in the organization. All right. Into that.
Yep.
Like that to me would
Credibility.
be
You're looking for credibility.
Credibility. That would be the thing you need in the front office more than anything. Eric Staal is going to work there, and like again, I don't really think that changes much at all. But if you get a guy in there that's done the job a bunch of times, I can't believe that wouldn't help a little bit. There's no one in there right now that has.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. If you have a thought on this, you can throw it our way. I don't know the results of Gabe Davis against Eric Staal. I'll get the update on that poll.
Staal is winning.
Well, maybe Stahl's winning because Staal is definitely happening, and Davis, we don't know yet. I don't anticipate Gabe Davis coming back to the Bills. He was apparently in town recently. I've seen pictures, people posting pictures of him in town.
He was at the comedy show at the arena recently, I think.
Okay, so he's in town.
Allegedly.
This might be it really might be, does the quarterback want him around? Does the coach want him around? I've got one spot where Gabe, I think, would make sense and help the Bills, and the rest of it, I think he'll get a better offer from somebody else. Pittsburgh, he could start. He could start for Pittsburgh. He could start for the Giants. I mean, the Giants have Brian Daboll and Joe Shane there. They would respect him for what he does. Mitch Morse tweeted about Davis's release. So former Buffalo Bill, Mitch Morse, who went to the Jags with Gabe Davis, he tweeted basically that he didn't understand it. How could they cut him? He's a locker room guy, culture guy, sets the tone, played injured the whole year, which is something that, by the way, for Davis, that's just how it works. He plays hurt all the time. He's going to be hurt, and he's going to play through it. And he's the Bills' best example of a guy that wins in the weight room. I'm not saying that in a negative way. He shows other players how to work out. He's the Iron Bill. He's the most dedicated. Do I think he'd be above playing special teams? I don't think he'd be above it. I don't know if he would do it or be good at it.
That's a good question.
But if they asked him, he'd do it, wouldn't he? I still think he'll get. The Bills might offer $1 million, and someone will offer $5 million for Davis. Or $3 million. Well, and then isn't there offset language where you don't even really have to pay him?
That's the thing. I don't know that anyone will offer him $5 million. He's not going to care because he's going to get $11 million no matter what.
Right. So you offer him the minimum. Right. In that case, he goes where he wants to go.
Because to him, I'm going to get $11 million one way or another. You're offering me $5 million and you're offering me $2 million. It's the same thing to me.
That's right.
So for him,
he gets a choice,
and he's not going to make more than $11 million.
No, so he gets a chance to, where do I want to go to prove to the league I can still play? So my next contract can be $6 million instead of $1 million.
And that is where I think the Bills will have trouble getting him in the boat, if they even want him.
Unless
Josh can text him all he wants and want him all he wants and talk to McDermott and Bean about it all he wants. But if Davis's motivation, which I think would be fair, is, hey, I'm still only 26, just turned 26.
Yeah, I got a career here.
I got a career to have, and he's going to be looking for an opportunity to be on the field and produce. And does he already want to start the Jordan Phillips level end of his career coming back to the Bills? Because you can come back to the Bills whenever you want. To some degree, I'm sure. If he wants to come back and be the 5th receiver and play special teams on this roster, he could do that in 4 years. I think if his body hangs tight. But for now, you're trying to capitalize, I think, still and get into a new contract. So you got to play. And like Pittsburgh doesn't have a quarterback, but that is snaps at least that are available. And I think the Bills are going to have a tough time beating out, I guess Dallas just traded for Pickens yesterday, but there are probably other teams out there where he feels like I'm in competition for a starting job.
Sure.
And here you got 5 guys to climb over.
Yeah, I'd go Steelers and Giants at the top of my list, and past that, We'll see. 803-0550. More on Gabe as we go along. Paul at 7 to talk about the new front office for the Sabres and what could still come and how this all might work. And Sal at 8. Rookie camp is about to get rolling for the Buffalo Bills. Jerry in Cheektowaga is going to lead us off. Hey, good morning, Jerry.
Hey, guys. I thought about a way that we could get Gabe Davis on this team. Now, if you look at the way Dalton Kincaid's been going, where he's getting a little smaller, he's more like a receiver body type, maybe we could bring Gabe Davis in and beef him up, and we could put him at tight end. And then he can actually back up Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah. He would have to get a lot bigger. And I doubt he's thinking, I'm going to turn into a tight end at this point in my career. He is... I mean, Kincaid, who is somebody that the offseason for him has been about he needs to gain weight, is still 20 pounds bigger than Gabe Davis is. So,
well, Davis is supposed to be, he wants to be fast, and he plays with good speed.
That's the thing. He is a downfield, right? He's a downfield receiver. Mm-hmm. He has been his whole career. And he gives you the physical ability and the blocking and all that stuff too, but his skill set is on the outside down the field, which... Listen, that is where the Bills were lacking last year. The thing is, though, this is where I don't feel like I need it. Is he going to be better in those areas for me than what they just signed in Elijah Moore?
Well,
because I would want to bet no right now.
I don't think he's if there's one player that Davis is the most similar to in the Bills' offense right now, who is it? My answer is Keon Coleman. He's the most similar to Keon Coleman. They would line him up on the outside, which the Bills did all the time.
Yeah,
he's big. He's a good run blocker. He has build-up speed.
Yeah. How about running those routes with guys that just have speed? Just flat. That's it. Just speed. Not they got to work up 4 seconds to get to their top speed. How about guys that just off the line of scrimmage are like a lightning bolt? And not to say Elijah Moore is the fastest player in the league, but I if you've got Coleman for a lot of that stuff, then I'd rather have a smaller guy running the downfield routes. But I understand that because I even asked Bean about this last week. They lost Mac Hollins. They had 2 guys in the offense that had the physical ability to run down the field and also block in the way that helps their run game a lot. And right now, Mac Hollins left, and they've replaced him with... I like the players they've replaced him with because they're better route runners and they're better, well-rounded receivers. But if they care about the physical element of that position, that part they haven't replaced.
No, and that's where, again, like Davis... I don't know if it's the Hollins... receivers all have these different roles, but Davis has an idea. I feel like if Keon Coleman were not here, I would have an opening or a spot to listen. Because Gabe is not playing in the slot ever. He's not going over the middle.
No.
He's going to be on the outside. And Coleman got a little bit of slot time, but not a lot. Some think he could be a power slot. With Davis, he's an outside receiver. And, one point, I don't think it's going to happen. But if you were to say, in Josh Allen's entire career, which player did he have the best downfield chemistry with? What's the answer to that question?
Gabe Davis.
Without a doubt. There's not a close second. Those 2 hit on deep shots often.
Could have been John Brown if they played longer together.
Okay.
But they didn't.
Maybe. So. Could have been Emmanuel Sanders if they played for 6 years. But
over time,
he and Davis had it. They had a lot of it. I watched all of Davis's catches in the 13 seconds game yesterday.
Man.
You remember the 4 touchdowns. He had more catches than that.
Yeah. So you would have seen the Bills' final drive. Mm-hmm. Doesn't it just go Davis, Sanders, Davis?
Pretty much.
And
I didn't see the Sanders throw because I only saw the throws to Davis.
And it's just him on an island running like a dig route, and he's just open.
Yep. He's just throwing a move on the safety who's falling down. Right. They were just falling down as the Bills were going vertical against the Chiefs the whole time. Yeah. And again, that might have lulled everyone into a false sense of what Davis could be, including us. I
thought there was definitely more there.
It might have also given us a false sense of how easy it would be for the Bills to throw it down the field. Davis he had a great game, but Allen and this offense can do that whenever they want because since that game, it feels like we've been chasing that idea. And again, Davis is the one that gave them that. Against Pittsburgh, multiple times against Pittsburgh, the 98-yard touchdown, one he rips away from Minkah Fitzpatrick. There was a game.
I mean, the beginning of his career, didn't he have 7 touchdowns in his first 10 games?
He was a touchdown guy. He was a guy that Allen threw the ball to, and it started to really drift late. And whether that's part of the Joe Brady offense where things kind of came back, he'd have 0 targets in a game. The game against Washington, I think he had 0 targets. No, maybe he had a touchdown there. Anyway, with Davis, the
Green Bay, he had 0 targets.
The mistakes became a little bit more obvious, a little bit more highlighted. There'd be drops and injuries. So letting him leave always, to me, made tons of sense. Like, all right, you're not going to pay this guy $13 million. Now, if he's free and he just thinks, you know what, if I show enough, because if he's getting, here's the thing, Joe, if he's getting offered maximum 5 right now, what's that offer next year if he balls out? Everybody's already seen a lot of film. They've seen a lot on him. Is he ever making 10, 11 again? Is he getting?
No, he's not.
He's probably getting the Elijah Moore contract a couple times, and he's got a career left. I don't know.
Maybe he thinks he can get himself into the Curtis Samuel contract. It's like $7-8 million a year.
Right. It'd be interesting to see, if they want him back, and if he wants to come back. Does he view the room they have as? I know the quarterback, man. I played with this guy forever. You're telling me, insert name here, I'm going to be a great teammate to this guy, but he's going to keep me from getting mine with Josh? Wait till I get back to training camp. Josh can remember me. Yeah. So anyway,
I mean, it's a good argument for it. I do think the money part of it is the one area where it helps them, because no team is going to offer him more than the vet minimum.
Yeah,
would lock it in. No team is going to offer him more, because you're giving money to the Jaguars. Really, is all you'd be doing, right? The Jaguars now have to pay $8 million instead of $11 million.
Yeah.
So nobody's going to offer more than that. It also, shouldn't it be a little damning to what he is as a player at this point that the Jaguars were like, no, we're good. Get out of here. Like they don't save any money by cutting him.
There's certainly a point to be made there.
Not for the person he is, because Morris defended that, but that they have an offensive coach that just came in the building that everyone seems to think is pretty bright and is building a cool looking offense there, and he's like, I do not need this guy in my offense.
Right.
For anything.
I'll eat $20 million to do it.
Right.
There's certainly a point to be made there. I don't know what time in the morning is appropriate to make that point, because I'm not even I'm tweeting jokes about, why are we talking about wide receiver, and people are getting upset about it. Anyway, Gabe Davis, do you want him? Anybody interested? It is very, very doable if the Bills decide they want to go that route. The question is, would it make sense for them? Would it make sense for Davis? You can give us a call on that, 803-0550. That, the Sabres front office. Plenty more to get to this morning as rookie camp for the Bills opens shortly, and we approach, schedule release as well. I saw one report on the schedule about the London teams. We'll get you that. It's 6 days from schedule release. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. After the whistle, Craig Revay, Andrew Peters, good morning. We've been told after multiple days of presenting to Terry Pegula, Kevin Adams will return as the Sabres GM for the next upcoming season. You mentioned that in the update. Want to give a thought on that? Anybody a thought on that? Multiple days of presenting.
That's the most interesting part of this, because
really
we had already resigned ourselves to he is going to be the GM again. So
how many hours in a day? How many days presenting? What does the presentation involve?
Right. Well, I'm assuming it involves what you want to do with the roster, right? And what you want to do with contracts and extensions.
Mm-hmm.
Just multiple days of presenting, is it too far a leap to go to Terry was thinking about it?
I mean, I have a tough time believing that.
That he was thinking about doing something else? Because to me, if you are presenting to the owner and the conclusion is he's staying as GM... What was he presenting? Does he do this every year? Does he always present to Pegula, or was this the presentation to remain as GM? And if he doesn't like it, you're out. Is that what was on the line with the presentation, or is he staying no matter what? That's not in there. But
once you go this far into the offseason, I mean, the season ended weeks ago. To have not made, if you were going to make the decision to fire him, you fire him immediately and get to work. No. You get to work on a replacement.
Right.
I mean, that it went this long. Hey, we'll catch up in a couple of weeks, and then, all right, let's see what you've got. My guess is it would be multiple days of presenting is, here's the plan, here's what I'm thinking, let me know what you think of it, but this is going to be our plan going forward. And I think that Adams would have gone into those meetings confident that he would be the GM. Maybe not confident, maybe that's the wrong word, but thinking, I'm probably going to be back. I'm here for a multiple-day presentation. It's a little bit like Aaron Rodgers being flown out to the Jets facility to meet with the new coach to be told, we don't want you, and him being shocked by that. Just Rodgers flying there probably thought, they're going to want to talk about, the future here and what I want to do. And he was shocked they didn't. For Adams, my guess is, again, maybe not confident, but he probably ends up surprised if he's not retained. Should we start with Staal? Are you getting through this okay? The real feel to you is that the Sabres have franchises folded. It's just how they hired Eric Staal, but your real feel is that the franchise is gone and has died.
It's just they're being run by the '06 Hurricanes.
Right.
Like, someone had a funny tweet on this, like where a lot of teams just bring back their old players, like, and create an old boys club to run the franchise. And the Sabres are doing that with the 2006 Carolina Hurricanes, of all teams.
It's only two people
so far. What's Brett Hedican doing? He's going to get a job in this organization.
Would you take it? Would you take it if it got Brindamore as the coach?
Maybe. He's the one guy that I would really want Brindamore as the coach, but it wouldn't feel good. That's the thing. It's such a special assistant to the general manager. He's Dwight Schrute, assistant to the manager. And yet it's like I got Eric Staal back working for the organization. It was gross enough that he got to wear the Sabre uniform at some point in time. And now he is in the organization. It is not like a real, impactful thing on what's going to happen with this hockey team. It's just though, like, I don't know. This all stinks for fans for 15 years. And even the little things, they do get magnified because they're terrible. I understand that. But it's like even the little things just have to go like a way that you don't like. The lottery the other night. Zero expectation that they were going to win that lottery.
And they go down two.
They go down 2 spots. Sweet, of course. 5% chance that was going to happen. There it is. You go down 2 spots. Congratulations. And then 2 nights later, it's, remember that team that you never, ever want to think about because they have your cup? Feels like they have your cup. Yeah, well, we're just going to hire their best player. Yeah, he lives here now. He's going to be working for the organization. Just, it doesn't feel good. A lot of good stuff happening in the playoffs last night. Mikko Rantanen scores another hat trick. Back-to-back playoff games for Rantanen. He's only the 3rd player to ever do that. He scored all of Dallas's goals as they win Game 1, 3-2 over Winnipeg. The Maple Leafs take Game 2 over the Florida Panthers to lead the series 2-0 over the Panthers. Tonight's action includes Carolina against Washington. That's Game 2 at 7 o'clock. Oilers and Golden Knights is at 9:30. The Boston Celtics blew a second consecutive 20-point lead to the New York Knicks to find themselves down 0-2, losing both games at home. The Knicks winning by 1 point yesterday on a late Mikal Bridges shot. That series shifts back to Madison Square Garden. The Thunder smoke the Nuggets 149-106. That series all tied up at 1 apiece. Yesterday, George Pickens was traded from the Steelers to the Cowboys for a third-round pick and then a pick swap. Gabe Davis released by the Jacksonville Jaguars. They will take a big cap hit to cut him after just 1 year. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
If the Celtics lose game 2 at home, I promise you, Joe, I'm walking here tomorrow. I'm walking here.
Why you got to do that?
Wait a minute. I'm walking here 15 miles in my robe, no shoes on, if the Celtics lose tonight.
They're going to go. They're not going to use the timeout. Plenty of time here. It's Tatum. Robinson's on him. Tatum maneuvering. Oh, the ball knocked away. Another great defensive play for the Knicks. They've got it. They've won it. New York has gone up 2 games to none. And defense again at the end.
Kevin Harlan on the call. Knicks take a 2-0 series lead. Paul Pierce walking to the studio in his robe today. We'll see if that happens. The Celtics, listen, I've got a policy, and I think many of you out there might have this policy, which is without any sort of interest or investment in a sporting event, if Boston loses, that's a W.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
so nice.
Absolutely where I live with the Celtics every day. They lost, that's great. Happy.
Yes.
They could lose to
anybody?
The Carolina Hurricanes.
I mean, it's not like,
and it does. You tell me Boston lost, I'm going to be happy. I don't know that a Boston team could beat anybody. I'm good. Test it. Who is it? Who do I hate? The Steelers. The Steelers.
Chiefs.
Fine. I'm actually, yes.
Come on.
Sure.
The Chiefs?
Sure. If the Chiefs beat the Boston Celtics, would I be happy? Yes. The Chiefs win all the time anyway. But I just want Boston to lose. Boston losing is great. It's joyful.
The Steelers, you would
to
say
watch.
Too?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the Patriots, I don't really have this treatment for anymore, but I'll get there again.
Yeah.
Once they're really good again, if that happens.
Maybe it's the Boston thing that's doing this to me, too, because I never like being the guy that takes the superstar player and says, oh, you don't have that killer instinct. Like, you're choke artist, whatever. Something about Jason Tatum.
You don't get to say that. They won last year. You don't get to say that anymore.
He was not their best. He wasn't one of their best 3 players when they won. No. Maybe that's what drives me crazy. Because last year, Boston won a title. And if you don't follow the NBA, in the 3 series as they went to the finals, the best player and even the best 2 players on some of those teams that they played in the playoffs, all their stars got injured. So they played nobody on their way to the finals because everybody got hurt. And then, yes, they did beat the Mavericks in the finals, where you could argue Tatum was their 4th best player. Because they have 3 guys also on the team, White, Brown, and Holiday, that are all awesome. So he won the title. He put this commercial out about how I was hated the whole way. Like, dude, you didn't even play that well.
Yep.
So maybe that's what it is. He took a victory lap. Like, I've arrived. I'm the superstar. You were the 4th best player on your own team in the finals.
You win a title, you get to do that. That's it.
As the 4th best guy?
Yeah, pretty much. That's scoreboard.
That's what's annoying me about him.
Isn't that what wins culture does?
Because last night is what he does more often, which is game on the line, you got to make a shot, and he gets himself trapped into the corner and then tries to pass it and turns it over and loses the game. That's what happens to him more often.
803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. Opened up talking a little bit about the Eric Staal hire for the for the Sabres, and Gabe Davis, the idea of Gabe to the Bills. Give us a ring on that. You got room for Gabe? I wouldn't say it's a bad idea. I don't have a problem with it. I mean,
what's the downside?
Sure, right? That's what I mean.
I don't think there is.
Is Xavier Johnson, who's far enough down the depth chart that would be pushed out by this? Like
Xavier Johnson.
He was on the team last year, maybe. Ohio State wide receiver.
Yeah,
Caden Prather doesn't get the snaps he needs.
Yeah.
At the risk of talking receiver, Davis is a player who was popular. He does feel like he like many others, when you leave, it's thanks for your services, and you aren't good enough to stay. I saw a little bit of what he did there in Jacksonville is another sign of how Allen can bring out the best in players, because Allen probably got as much out of Davis as he probably could. It's hard to envision anybody getting out of Davis what he had here in his 4 years. It's also obvious that when Davis did that, he's on a rookie contract. There's tremendous value.
Yeah,
Davis was a great player for the Bills from a value standpoint. You got your drops here and there, but he was great. At $20 million, you don't want anything to do with that. But again, he'd be basically free because of what he's already making and what teams in the league are going to pay. Pittsburgh, the Giants, does he want an opportunity, or is the Bills a good place for him to land? He's everything they want players to be. I mentioned in the first segment one area where he might help them in that he's got vertical speed down the field, and no one has had better chemistry down the field with Josh Allen than Gabe. Put that aside. Would it not be good? Would the Bills not see value in trying to convince him to come here to say, why don't you show young Keon Coleman NFL life? What you do, NFL, your process, your offseason, your training camp, your dedication. Coleman is a young player learning to be a pro. That's kind of what they said about him when they were disappointed how he came back and what he had to learn there. So, who would teach him better than the guy that the Bills consistently gave an award to for the way he prepared?
Yeah.
If they bring him in, to me, that would be something that is a very easy sell. Get him next to Keon Coleman. That's a good idea. To me, that makes sense.
You're talking me into it a little bit because that's pretty good. And I think he's got to play special teams for this all to work, though.
Which might be...
Because he's going to be the sixth receiver on a team where I don't think any of the other five are getting released, right?
Unless somebody gets hurt in camp.
And that could happen.
Right. Turf toe happens again and somebody's, limited.
That's where I would believe there would be plenty of days where he would be the fifth guy or the fourth guy or the third guy because Curtis Samuel's had injury problems throughout his career, and you hope not, but Coleman got injuries last year, and guys get injured.
Davis gets hurt all the time, too.
Davis gets hurt, too. So, but either way, I think he'd still have to play special teams one way or another. Because only 5 guys get jerseys on game days normally, and he's now the 6th. So
and the Bills don't.
I'd have to healthy scratch Elijah Moore, or healthy if he makes the roster, or healthy scratch Curtis Samuel, which I guess they could do. But I'm not loving that idea.
Are the Bills going to even have one of these guys play special teams, or is it going to be turned over to a defensive back or somebody like that?
I guess that could happen.
And the new kickoff rules and all the way that things happen, they might just decide that they have different players that could do it. And the roster makeup doesn't require one of those 5 to play special teams.
And what version of special teams do you need? Was it Staal who brought up yesterday that Elijah Moore, maybe they would want him to become the punt returner and the kick returner? It might have been Joe Marino, because Codrington, as he brought up, Codrington doesn't do anything else. He's super good at punt returning, but you can't play him at corner. He's too small, really, to play at any other special teams position. He's just a returner. And what you might like out of an Elijah Moore is, okay, if he can give you similar results punt returning, but he's also a good depth receiver for you that can stretch the field. Okay, I've got a more multi-dimensional special teams player there, and that would be one area to get a contribution from that position, special teams wise. So I guess it fits. And really, there is no downside to me because I'm not really worried about him taking the 6 guy's job on the depth chart if you're going to keep 6. The money's going to be nothing. And because of that, if he just ends up not playing for you much because whatever, maybe his speed has deteriorated a little bit with all the injuries over a couple of years. And, hey, all that chemistry and those downfield plays that we saw from Gabe Davis early in his career, he was a 4.55 40-time guy. Those guys, when they age, they get a little bit slower. They often can't really hang in the NFL. So maybe that's happened to him a little bit. Maybe that's why Jacksonville kicked him out the door. But if that's the case, training camp, you figure that out, and you just walk away. I think you're fine. You have no downside because you didn't pay him anything.
And one thing about this is, we'll get to, again, Sal's coming up at 8. We've been through the guys that came back, and sure, lots of teams do this. The Bills do it a lot. Guys come back. Reunions. Tre'Davious White is back. Dane Jackson is back.
Yeah.
Guys come back. Shaq Lawson has come back. Jordan Phillips has come back. Jordan Poyer. I mean, he didn't play for another team and come back, but guys come back to this team. So I think it's possible. I guess I would wonder if it's Gabe's best idea.
That's where I don't think
he might think, I caught a lot of passes from this guy. Does he trust me still? 803-0550.
he really should go to Seattle. Now. Seattle,
No outside options.
I'm looking at their depth chart right now. Their starting 3 receivers are
Cooper Kupp, JSN. Ooh, I don't know who
It's another hyphenated name, if you want a hint.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Yes, it is.
All right.
He is currently listed as the starter over
MVS.
They do have Torrey Horton, the kid from Colorado State that we had talked about. But if you're Gabe Davis, I could beat MVS out.
Oh, yeah.
I could beat MVS.
That might be hard to do. MVS is like Jason from the horror movies. You can't get rid of him.
He just keeps coming back.
He came here, and the Bills were like, this isn't working. He went to the Saints and caught touchdowns. Right. And now he's in Seattle. They'll cut him, and then he'll go to Arizona and catch touchdowns. You can't kill MVS. He's got 9 lives in this league.
What if he goes to the Chiefs?
He might go back to the Chiefs. He's been there before.
No, I meant Davis.
Oh, Davis. Ooh. They don't have enough. They got
guys. They're fine.
They got guys. 803-0550, our phone number on Davis, if you want that. Jeremy and Joe, Paul at the top of the hour on the Sabres and Eric Staal. When we get back, I want to actually make a quick connection, if I may, to the Toronto Maple Leafs and Sean McDermott. The idea of Gabe to the Bills. Give us a ring on that. If you got room for Gabe? I wouldn't say it's a bad idea. I don't have a problem with it. I mean,
what's the downside?
Sure, right, that's what I mean.
I don't think there is.
Is Xavier Johnson, who's far enough down the depth chart that would be pushed out by this? Like
Xavier Johnson.
He was on the team last year, maybe. Ohio State wide receiver.
Yeah,
Caden Prather doesn't get the
Hamler.
snaps he needs.
Yeah.
At the risk of talking receiver, Davis is a player who was popular. He does feel like he like many others, when you leave, it's thanks for your services and you aren't good enough to stay. I saw a little bit of what he did there in Jacksonville as another sign of how Allen can bring out the best in players, because Allen probably got as much out of Davis as he probably could. It's hard to envision anybody getting out of Davis what he had here in his 4 years. It's also obvious that when Davis did that, he's on a rookie contract. There's tremendous value.
Yeah,
Davis was a great player for the Bills from a value standpoint. You got your drops here and there, but he was great. At $20 million, you don't want anything to do with that. But again, he'd be basically free because of what he's already making and what teams in the league are going to pay. Pittsburgh, the Giants, does he want an opportunity, or is the Bills a good place for him to land? He's everything they want players to be. I mentioned in the first segment one area where he might help them in that he's got vertical speed down the field, and no one has had better chemistry down the field with Josh Allen than Gabe. Put that aside. Would it not be good? Would the Bills not see value in trying to convince him to come here to say, why don't you show young Keon Coleman NFL life? What you do, NFL, your process, your offseason, your training camp, your dedication. Coleman is a young player learning to be a pro. That's kind of what they said about him when they were disappointed how he came back and what he had to learn there. So, who would teach him better than the guy that the Bills consistently gave an award to for the way he prepared? What could make them feel better? We are at this question, which we get to quite often. What could make you feel better? And the answer always is just win. Just win more games.
And I do think on a smaller scale, like for Saravelli and then Friedman saying earlier in the day that they are looking for a experienced GM to come be a senior advisor,
like Rick Dudley, somebody like that.
And Dudley is the first name that I think anybody should think of because he lives locally, and his official title right now with the Florida Panthers is senior advisor to the Florida Panthers. He's doing the exact job. His job is
Sure.
he just there to the GM to pick his ear
Just
once in a
basically
while?
hop on different Zoom calls now?
Sure, right. Like whatever that job actually entails, Dudley does it for the Panthers. So would that make people feel better? I mean, it would make me feel a little better. Oh, a guy that has been a GM, I think 3 times in the NHL is now in the organization. All right, into that.
Yep.
Like that to me would
Credibility.
be
You're looking for credibility.
Credibility. That would be the thing you need in the front office more than anything. Eric Staal is going to work there, and like again, I don't really think that changes much at all. But if you get a guy in there that's done the job a bunch of times, I can't believe that wouldn't help a little bit. There's no one in there right now that has.
Looking for Watt, able to push it to Riley. We're in striving in. And Ross scores! A beauty for Max Domi.
The Leafs are halfway through the Panthers.
Yeah.
2 games to none, despite losing their starting goaltender, who, of course, did not play last night. And the Leafs, how about it, folks? The last time they got to the conference finals, if they, in fact, make it through this, last time the Leafs were in the conference finals, want to know when that was?
Was it against Sabres?
It was
In 99?
I'm all the way back to they were in the conference finals in 2002. They lost to the Carolina Hurricanes in 6 games.
Well, that could be the matchup again.
It could be. And
For all the me yelling about the Hurricanes this morning, I did bet them to win the Stanley Cup.
All
So
right.
I am kind of rooting for them.
So-
this go around. It's just the 06 Hurricanes.
a point here on the Leafs, who have been hitting their head against the wall,
Yeah.
the same or the ceiling, the same way the Bills have, to a degree. They're really good.
Yeah.
Why aren't they going farther? They're really good. Why do they keep getting knocked down? And the Panthers are a matchup that people thought, here it comes again, right?
Yep.
All right, they're only halfway there. But if they make it through, all right, conference finals, and now it's Carolina. And I teased the break. I want to make a comparison here to Sean McDermott. Did the Leafs ever tear it all down? Matthews, Marner,
No.
Nylander.
They
made their moves. They Kadri went once. They changed coach. They changed GM. But the idea that like the Leafs core can't do it. You hear that stuff all the time. You hear people declaring a thing can't work. Sometimes you get tagged as saying a thing won't work. But in reality,
Well, part of it was those 3 did provably play worse in the playoffs than they did in the regular season.
And what happens if you give them more opportunities? Just give them more chances.
Right. It took the ninth time to try. But yes, they got there.
How many tries is it for a Sean McDermott defense? This might be the year where, okay, we made some tweaks. We've added some rookies. The idea that this person can't do it.
Right.
You might be a Bills fan out there that has said the Bills won't win it in McDermott as McDermott is the coach. He just can't do it. He can't do it. And one of my favorite things, this gets back to Rory. I love it when you have a long period of time of the person doesn't have the makeup for this. And then, yes, he does. Oh, All right, I guess we have to, put that all aside
See,
now.
I guess that's right.
Again, it's early for the Leafs. They're only halfway through round 2. Marner has taken so much abuse. And Nylander, they got to trade Nylander. They got to get rid of him. Yep. So the whole concept to me is, I don't know that I'm all the way rooting for them, but it would be a narrative exploder if they were to get it done.
See, the Roy example was almost, to me, though, was more an exercise in, he proved in even winning that tournament that he kind of doesn't have the makeup for it. He's just so good that it overcomes it.
Well, that's...
And that I don't know that's happening with the Leafs,
And
though.
what is that? That's a point about talent matters.
Yes.
And that a lot of
that's true.
Makeup... Toughness, mental toughness, is the story we tell after the fact.
That's right, yeah.
Not that it doesn't matter, but we kind of throw the story around what the talent did. 803-0550. So I'm not exactly saying go Leafs go, but, We'll get a phone call in when we get back. Talk to Paul as well about the changes in in the Sabres front office. Phase 2 of workouts going on down at One Bills Drive as well. We'll tell you the difference between Phase 1 and Phase 2. So what the players can do, and rookie camp is going to get started as well. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Video games. Are you aware of the lawn mowing simulator game?
Yes, but I can't. I don't believe anyone's ever purchased that.
It's got 3.75 stars at the PlayStation Store. The lawnmower video game. Now I've never done that.
The lawnmower simulator game.
You know what? Let me take a look at it.
There's a goat simulator too, I think.
Let me watch the trailer here.
The trailer.
I have this game, actually.
Lawn mowing simulator?
Yeah.
Jeremy White here for Russell's Tree and Troll Farm.
You have it?
Is it great?
Oh, it's great. Yeah. It's a little clunky sometimes, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty good.
How often do you play it?
Every once in a while. In the wintertime, usually.
See? He wants to
In
scratch
the winter
itch.
time.
Now, let me ask you this. Is it where you kind of level up and you get to outfit your mower with better things? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah. The more lawns you do, the more money you make, and the better mowers you can buy.
You know what? This game is $20. I think I might have found why I didn't.
$20.
That's why I didn't spend the $30 on the bigger mower. Now I can get the game for the same price, and I can do more mowing.
Right. You saved $30 on the real mower so you could buy the lawnmower simulator game.
I mean, look at this. I'm watching the trailer. You can mow the grounds at a castle. Who doesn't want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Some of the reviews are funny. Who cares about shooters, RPGs? We've transcended. We're mowing lawns now. All right, we'll put that Twitter poll up and put the poll up in the chat. Do you like to mow the lawn?
Uh-huh.
It's going to win yes, right?
And I can't believe that more people are saying yes than no. At the moment, it's 70% yes and 30% no.
75-25. I would expect it to win. Yeah. I'm trying to think of. I learned to mow the lawn maybe when I was 10. I've told this story on the air before. My mom made me wear goggles.
Goggles?
Yeah, because she's afraid that this is the kind of mom.
Grass was going to shoot up in your eyes?
No, like a stone or a wood chip or a mulch was going to fly out of the mower and hit me in the eyes. She made me wear goggles.
It's a good idea. I've had a stone hit me in the face many times.
She worried about those kind of things, and she was always very much on those. So, yeah, since I've been 10, and back when I was a kid, we had a decent-sized lawn to mow. That would take me an hour and 20 minutes, just not on a rider, just walking and pushing the whole thing. We had a good-sized lawn.
Yeah.
So as soon as she taught me how to do that, I probably didn't like it when I was 10, but it didn't take long to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
What could make them feel better? We are at this question, which we get to quite often. What could make you feel better? And the answer always is just win. Just win more games.
And I do think on a smaller scale, like for Saravelli and then Friedman saying earlier in the day that they are looking for a experienced GM to come be a senior advisor,
like Rick Dudley, somebody like that.
And Dudley is the first name that I think anybody should think of because he lives locally, and his official title right now with the Florida Panthers is senior advisor to the Florida Panthers. He's doing the exact job. His job is he just there to the GM to pick his ear
just
once in a
basically
while?
Hop on different Zoom calls now?
Sure, right. Like whatever that job actually entails, Dudley does it for the Panthers. So would that make people feel better? I mean, it would make me feel a little better. Oh, a guy that has been a GM, I think 3 times in the NHL is now in the organization. All right. Into that.
Yep.
Like that to me would
Credibility.
be
You're looking for credibility.
Credibility. That would be the thing you need in the front office more than anything. Eric Staal is going to work there, and like again, I don't really think that changes much at all. But if you get a guy in there that's done the job a bunch of times, I can't believe that wouldn't help a little bit. There's no one in there right now that has. More comebacks in the NBA last night, but we'll start with hockey. The Maple Leafs take a 2-0 series lead over the Florida Panthers with a 4-3 win yesterday. They are halfway to the conference finals, which the Leafs have not been to since 2002. That series shifts back to South Florida. Dallas last night winning 3-2 over Winnipeg. Mikko Rantanen scoring all three of the Dallas goals. He is the third player in NHL history to score hat tricks in back-to-back playoff games, as he also scored a hat trick in Game 7 against Colorado. Dallas takes a 1-0 series lead. Tonight's action, Hurricanes and Capitals at 7. Oilers and Golden Knights at 9:30. Carolina and Edmonton leading their series 1-0. In the NBA, another 20-point comeback by the New York Knicks. For the second consecutive game, they were down 20, came back to beat the Boston Celtics in Boston. So the Knicks take both games on the road, and they're up 2-0 in the series, with it going back to Madison Square Garden. The Knicks were a huge underdog going into that series. The Thunder, meanwhile, blow out the Nuggets 149-106. That series now tied at 1 game apiece. Tonight, it's Warriors and Timberwolves at 8:30. Golden State leads 1-0. Steph Curry has a hamstring injury, is unlikely to play at this point. In football, yesterday, the Jaguars releasing Gabe Davis. They took a lot of dead money to release him, but the former Bills receiver is now available to the league. George Pickens traded from Pittsburgh to Dallas for a third-round pick. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Number one in the league on third down.
Yeah, they are the Bills, 56% on third down, but it's 3rd and 10, throwing into the wind, way down the field. Oh, my goodness! This is going to be 98 yards to Gabe Davis! A 98-yard explosion! Josh Allen to Gabe Davis!
Very quick trivia question. Why were the Bills at their own 2? Do you remember?
Like more than it just was like a punt?
Yeah. Tywan Jones, I think, kind of muffed it.
Oh, I do
there was a mistake. They got the Bills to their own 2, and then, pop over the top, 98-yard touchdown. It's a great highlight. Gabe Davis. Gabe had his highlights here. He's been cut loose by the Jaguars. We're going to get to Paul Hamilton on some Sabres front office moves in a moment. But, the obvious question is, some want the Davis thing to happen. Do you think it makes sense? It would be effectively free because he's guaranteed the money he was going to make in Jacksonville. No one's going to pay him more than that. So whatever you pay, teams out there are going to offer the minimum. His money is the same. So the cap's not an issue. You want him, a team out there, he kind of gets to pick wherever he goes. So you like the idea of Davis. We'll get a call in on this and then get to Paul. Buff in Dallas. Hey, Buff, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Man, I think Gabe will be outstanding here. If he comes here, he's, I guess, the 4th best receiver on the roster right now. If they played today, I put Shakir, Moore, Palmer, and Gabe Davis. The other guys play behind him. And then for me, it's the case of buyer's remorse for Jacksonville. They were thinking they were going to get a number 1 receiver, but at best, we know he's a number 2. And then me, if we get him, I knew he blew at his knee last season. So where is he on his physical? Do you know that information or what?
Go ahead.
For Davis?
Yeah.
He played injured last year. Like, there was a lot of talk of that, which happened, by the way, here. Mm-hmm. Was that 2-3 years ago that happened? So he fought through it. He played anyway. I think Mitch Morse actually maybe was the one who said he played through injury last year.
Yeah, last year at the end of the season, he had a meniscus tear in the midseason and a PCL sprain, grade 2.
And that can help explain why that happened. But we've been down this road before where, like, oh, Davis played hurt, and then the next year he comes out and, like, oh, it doesn't look that different. Yeah. So, yeah, I wouldn't say he's the 4th best receiver on the team, but I'm being talked into it as, like, there's really no downside to it.
He also had a shoulder injury last year as well.
Okay.
With the Bills, it was ankle a couple times. Ankle sprains in 2021 and 2022.
Yep.
Thanks, Buff, for the phone call. You're being talked into it?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard anything that is downside to it from the Bills' perspective.
Sure. Like if Davis wants to, he can call and say,
"Yeah,
I'll come for the minimum because I'm making the same. I want to join the team."
Like, the most I could get to on downside would be, like, would I be worried that he's going to take snaps away from Coleman? And I'm not really worried about that. So, not that he would do it. Like, I don't think the Bills would do that. I think the Bills know how important Coleman developing is, and I don't think, like, oh, Coleman's going to get half the snaps he would have because Gabe Davis is back. I would trust them in that process.
Even in that scenario, if he were to take snaps, don't you feel like that's an indication that the snaps needed to be taken?
It's more about Coleman than it is about Davis.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I wouldn't necessarily expect that. I don't think it's like you said, there's not a lot of downside. You could argue there's not a lot of upside either. And for me, it comes down to, what Davis ultimately wants to do. He could decide he wants to try and win a ring because the Bills are going to be a contender, or he could try to go to a place like, the Giants or Pittsburgh and show the league he can still play and get a next contract for, 2 years and $16 million or something like that. Thanks, Bob, for the phone call, 803-0550. You can give us a call on that if you want, talking a little bit about Gabe Davis and his release from the Jaguars. Also talking Sabres front office. And joining us on the Western Hotline, Mr. Paul Hamilton, as we have a new member of the Sabres front office. There was a video Eric Staal tweeted out. So Staal is back next to Kevin Adams, not as a player this time, but as a assistant to the GM. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Paul, is this the kind of move you might have expected? This shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. Is the Sabres want to beef up their front office and maybe give Adams more minds to bounce things off of, more of a collaborative, whatever it might be? Like Adams needs bodies in the room to work with him.
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, it didn't really hit me as, oh, this is awful or this is great. It's fine. I mean, basically listening to Eric Staal talk with Martin Barone and Brian Duff, it's almost and other teams have done this. It reminds me a little bit about when Daniel Briere went to the Philadelphia Flyers. It's almost like he's there for an internship. I mean, Staal, when the guys asked him about what he'll be doing, he basically said, whatever they want me to do, I'm going to be there next week, and I'm just going to be like a sponge, like listening and learning learning the front office and every aspect of it. And he goes, whatever they ask me to do, I'll do. And he does bring experience, that's for sure. He's a very smart player when he played, and he it wasn't that long ago that he just retired, so he knows the league very well. He knows the players he played against and with very well, so he can help from that standpoint also. And that's what the Flyers did with Briere. They brought him in and basically taught him every aspect of a front office operation. Then they made him the general manager of their minor league team, but he actually went there and lived in the city, which Carmanos doesn't do with the Sabres, and it looks like maybe he might not be back. He more was doing things remotely. So I could see maybe Staal. I don't know if he would be the GM of the Amerks right off the bat, just coming into the organization. But, I could see him, moving into a role like that eventually. But, it's fine. I mean, obviously there needs to be more done to the hockey department. You need to get still need to get, I think, an experienced guy who maybe has been a general manager and somebody like that Adams can bounce things off of. And, you've heard me ever since probably before Adams came here. Rick Dudley, to me, really should have been the general manager and just is a great hockey mind. And, it would be, I think, a fantastic mentor for Adams or anybody else that he would be around if he'd be willing to come. And, I've asked around, and, I was a little surprised by the answer that I thought, well, Rick Dudley probably wouldn't take the GM job here if it were ever offered to him, but people tell me that he probably would, if it was. So, that's a name right there where I've been kicking that around since before Adams was even here.
Real quick on that, Paul, I'm thinking back to way back when the Sabres were purchased by Terry Pegula. One of the things he said is, like, there's no salary cap on coaching, there's no salary cap on scouting. The idea that the Sabres at that time he viewed them as they could get advantages by spending more in places that weren't the salary cap. And 14 years later, the thing I'm getting to is, do you think the owner could be convinced here that you know how to get good players, you're committing to players, but it's really time to beef up your front office, that there's not enough happening in your own front office compared to what other teams in the league might do?
Well, remember, Bottrell was fired because Terry Pegula wanted the hockey department gutted, and he wouldn't do it. And that's why Terry Pegula said we felt we weren't being heard. So part of the reason Kevin Adams was hired is because he gutted the hockey department the way that Terry Pegula wanted it done. And then after about a year of that, Adams actually convinced Terry Pegula that we have to start getting some better people back in here. this isn't working like this. You can't have a hockey department like this. And so they started hiring more scouts again and getting the hockey department back with actual people in it. And instead of having the same guy being director of amateur scouting and director of pro scouting and a guy who has never done either job, they did finally decide, all right, we needed to start getting some people in the hockey department, and they're going to expand it now. And again, this can't be your only move. I'm fine with the move. I don't think it's a bad move at all. But, it's to me not a major move at all, and it's more needs to be done to the department.
Yeah. When we talk about Dudley and the experienced guy that could come into the organization, Paul, what do you think of for that role a little bit? Like, senior advisor especially is something we heard that yesterday, and that actually is Rick Dudley's title right now with the Florida Panthers.
Yes.
Like, in terms of, like, operating within the league, because Adam's been a GM a long time now, but to my knowledge, they've never had someone in that front office that had been a GM before, and maybe he would think, and this would even be an admission, just the fact that they're looking, an admission that there are elements of the job that maybe he thought he would have gotten by now or understood by now, and there still just might be a few holes.
Yeah, and this might have been one of the only reasons he kept his job is he's willing to do this, but deep down, he also might be hiring the guy who's going to take his place at the end of next year if things don't get better. Is he going to get a 7th year? Of course, I never dreamed he'd get a 6th year, but so you never say never. If things don't get better, you're hiring a guy like that, and he might be the next GM of the Sabres because there's only 1 year left on Adam's contract. So, which might be another reason why he's here for another year. So you don't pay a guy who is not working, which the Sabres had a very big habit of doing because the Sabres, for a while there, it's like everybody gets a contract extension, whether they deserve it or not. It's like, well, let's keep giving contract extensions. And that's the reason why he was paying a lot of people money that when they weren't working, when he's firing GMs and coaches, and because he kept giving people contract extensions when you're scratching your head going, why?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There also is, too, this has maybe been a little bit more in question lately, the idea the Sabres can't get anybody to come here, can't get anybody to say yes. And that's another thing that people will think about when we're talking about experience, more credible hockey people working for them. But then there was also, Jason Zucker did say at the end of the season that he doesn't think that that's the case around the NHL. So I don't know, how much of that do you think is an element here of someone they would bring in would help them? Maybe it's not even just with convincing players, but just looking more credible around the league than they are now.
Yeah, I think Staal makes him look a little bit more credible from that kind of a standpoint for the job that he's going to be doing. And if they would get somebody experienced in here, yeah, I think it would make them look more credible around the league. I think it's more difficult to get players in here because you haven't made the playoffs in 14 years than maybe an experienced guy with some general manager's experience to come into your front office. I think it's harder to do with players than maybe it would be for the hockey department to be able to do that. So, I've been thinking for a while now, boy, if they could get Sam Bennett in free agency, but it's like I'm thinking to myself, why would Sam Bennett ever in a million years even? You would have to so much overpay him. Mm-hmm. You'd have to pay him probably Darlene money or something to get him to come here because, you're going from a Stanley Cup champion team last year and a perennial good team to a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 14 years. Plus, I'm sure Sam Reinhart would fill his ears with, because Sam Reinhart felt kind of shafted. But that's the reason that he told Kevin Adams he wouldn't be back because, as Sam Reinhart said once he became a Florida Panther, I did everything I was asked to do there. And he was a good hockey player here, and they never once, in three different GMs, offered him a long-term contract. So, I'm sure if if for whatever reason he would consider it, I'm sure he wouldn't get a real glowing recommendation from Sam Reinhart.
Well, I will say to connect on this, you mentioned Bennett. I don't think either the Sabres have any shot in getting a guy like that from a Stanley Cup champion. But I was looking at Dudley's career yesterday, and the last time he was a GM was in Atlanta, and he poached 2 guys off that Chicago team, Bufflin and Ladd. So again, he's not working for the team yet, though. So.
Yeah. No, it's just one of those things that you look around. I mean, Bennett is exactly the type of player that I talk about when I'm talking about a veteran top 6 guy. I mean, here's a guy that he gets better as the playoffs go on, and just I think the exact guy I'm talking about when I talk about the Sabres need to add a guy to their top 6. That the way he plays totally fills the role that I'm thinking.
Paul Hamilton joining us on a little state of the Sabres here as the front office changes or tweaks continue to happen. Paul, there's also some out there, Craig Gervais talking about Bo Byram. You want one of these players. Is a Byram trade a way to get one of those guys that you're talking about? And what do you think the likelihood of a Byram return? There's 3 opportunities or 3 possibilities. Trade him, play on the deal, or extension. What would you list as the favorite right now for Bo Byram?
Probably trade him, I would think. I'm not totally convinced that Bo Byram wants to sign a long-term contract. Sure, he has to sign something for a couple of years. He's not a unrestricted free agent for a couple of years. So you may only be able to get him for a couple of years if he's not interested in a long-term deal. And then you've got a couple of years to make that type of a trade. And yes, I think he's the type of guy that maybe could get you a veteran type of a defenseman to play with Owen Power, who isn't a bottom-tier defenseman on your team. It seems like when they get those veteran defensemen, they're guys that are basically washed up in the league or just don't have the ability to play in a top 4 spot. And so, yeah, I think Bo Byram could get you something like that. So we'll see where that goes. I think both kind of walked on eggshells when they were asked about it at the end of the year. And so I would say probably the most likely scenario would be a trade, but I think if he's somebody you do trade, you're going to get good value back.
Yeah, and Paul, I guess when you said walked on eggshells, from what we understand, and he probably told this to you, like what he's looking for, there seems to be a lot out there that Byram wants a larger role. And, money wouldn't be it and fit wouldn't be it, but to be behind Dahlin and or Power, he wants to be a number 1 defenseman. So I guess what I'm getting at is if, in fact, the Sabres trade him because it doesn't look like he'll sign, we shouldn't take that as some sort of identity crisis, how the Sabres can't sign anybody. It should be more about how Byram just maybe wants something different for himself.
Well, he had a pretty good role here for a lot of the time, and the numbers tell us that really the only time he played at a top level was with Dahlin. I'm like, okay, then go ahead and re-sign him and let him play with Dahlin. I mean, you're looking for a partner for Power right now, and Dahlin and Byram are both capable of playing the right side. And when they played together, they actually both played on the right side at different times and had some great numbers together. So that would solve the one problem. All right, now you've got a pairing for one, and it worked extremely well. So I would have no problem with that at all, and I don't think he would either because he's going to be playing a lot when he's out there with Rasmus Dahlin. Every time I sit there and watch Forsling play, I thought, boy, it would be nice if the Sabres. That is, again, the absolute exact guy I'm thinking of.
And that guy came out of not completely out of nowhere, but beginning of his career, no one was thinking about him being this good.
And look at how well he played at the Four Nations with Dahlin. I thought the two of them played extremely well together. I thought Dahlin had a really good Four Nations tournament despite being sabotaged by his coach almost half the time.
Yeah.
But I thought the two of them really were together, and I think he would be a great person for Owen Power also if somehow you ever could get your hands on him. Again, that is the guy I'm thinking. A guy like Forsling who could come here for a while, be a veteran presence for Owen Power, always be there for him, and just be a steady influence for him. Again, that's the type of guy I'm thinking.
If I could return to the front office stuff just for a moment, Paul, Frank Saravelli yesterday was talking about Seth Appert having an increased role, maybe just increased voice in the hockey department. You had talked earlier in the week about potentially Lindy maybe being that, and maybe that still is the case, but I don't know. Do you have a thought on Appert from an assistant coach position, maybe having more of a voice than a typical assistant coach? I don't know if you watched that Sabres Embedded from the trade deadline, but I mean, he's in that room and he's speaking up quite often, and people were listening.
He was speaking up about players that he knew of.
Okay.
And he knew very well. That's why they were asking him about it. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it makes no sense to me. That's why I'm like, really? Is this really true? I mean, and Frank isn't the best insider, let's put it that way. He can be wrong, and it wouldn't be the first time.
I think we thought Peterka was getting traded at the deadline after we were watching him. But
yeah. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying that makes no sense to me at all. I mean, he has enough problems with a power play that's in the bottom of the league. Why are we taking away his focus from coaching the team? He has enough to do with that. Why would you be one or the other? If you think he's better suited for the front office, then make him part of the front office, if that's what you want him to do. But I don't want him splitting his duties between coaching the team and running around trying to do front office stuff. It just made zero sense to me at all, especially since, Seth Appert, I think, did a great job with kind of mentoring J.J. Peterka and Kulik, guys that he coached down in Rochester. Maybe it hasn't worked as well with Quinn, but with the other two, I think he's been instrumental in helping them become better NHL players because he knows them very well and he knows how to deal with them and how to talk with them. So I think he did a good job with that. But, nobody did a good job with Lindy Ruff's power play. So, I mean, to me, concentrate more on that than the whole thing makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah. Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Thank you, Paul.
All right, take care.
We'll keep you posted on the Sabres front office if they continue to make changes or what's going on there. But Eric Staal joining as an assistant to Kevin Adams. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. 803-0550. The Bills underway with Phase 2 of the offseason program. Rookie camp about to get rolling. We'll talk to Sal coming up at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow, we have the great Dane on the show. Dane Smith. Dane Smith as the Bandits go to the NLL Finals.
You got to ask him about three-peat versus... we never came up with another name, did we?
We didn't. We're working on it.
Trolling the Chiefs, though.
That was my idea.
I wonder how he feels about it.
That was my idea. If you missed it, the Bandits, if they are to win a third in a row, just tweet...
Can't do it
at the Chiefs. This is what 3 straight looks like.
It's a funny idea. You can't do it. You can't possibly do it. No, you can't.
Are they not back to back to back?
They would be,
but this is what 3 straight looks like.
You simply can't do it. All the bulletin board nonsense around sports, the last thing I need is the Chiefs who spent a year fired up from Kermit the Frog at Raiders training camp are now going to be like, oh, did you see what the the Buffalo Bandits said about us in May?
What will they do?
But again, just even hearing any of that could motivate, just whatever.
803-0550. You're working on some Gabe Davis trivia?
I've got some Gabe Davis trivia.
Some Gabe Davis-based trivia. We'll take
you
your
want that
calls.
Instead of 06 Hurricanes trivia?
Oh, I mean, probably. Probably. Okay. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. We'll get to info on Phase 2. What can the players do now that they couldn't do before? We've got some of that. I also want to get into a little bit of... Connor Orr had an interesting idea. We'll get to this today. About retiring numbers. Let's stop retiring numbers. He has an idea what to do differently. So Abdul Carter of the Giants asked for 56. Sorry, that's retired. Asked for 11. That's retired. And football's running out of numbers for some teams. Connor Orr has an idea. I'll run that by through the course of the show as well. 803-0550 on Davis on the Sabres front office. You can join us. Wide open phone lines for you on WGR. Bandits are going to the NLL Finals again. They have a chance to win their third in a row. Joe was joking about, three-peat. You pay for the rights to use the term three-peat.
Yeah,
So
Pat Riley owns it.
Here's the idea, everybody. You want to do it or not? If the Bandits are to win, the Bandits should tweet at and troll the Kansas City Chiefs and say, 3 in a row, this is how it looks. You want to do it? Why not? Because of the Bills? They're a different team. The Bandits, this is how it's done. 3 in a row.
Just so we can fire up, Nick Wright to be like, the Bills owner's trolling the Chiefs with his lacrosse team. Sick move, sick burn.
All right, Nick Wright, thank you for drawing attention to a 3-time champion. Knock on wood.
That's true. That's how you would
That's how you get attention.
That's how you would get your views, your clicks.
3 in a row. This is how it's done. At Kansas City Chiefs. Just saying. It's right there for you. Paul, is this the kind of move you might have expected? This shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. Is the Sabres want to beef up their front office and maybe give Adams more minds to bounce things off of, more of a collaborative, whatever it might be. Like Adams needs bodies in the room to work with him.
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, it didn't really hit me as, oh, this is awful or this is great. It's fine. I mean, basically listening to Eric Staal talk with Martin Barone and Brian Duff, it's almost and other teams have done this. It reminds me a little bit about when Daniel Briere went to the Philadelphia Flyers. It's almost like he's there for an internship. I mean, Staal, when the guys asked him about, what he'll be doing, he basically said, whatever they want me to do, I'm going to be there next week, and I'm just going to be like a sponge, like listening and learning and, learning the front office and every aspect of it. And he goes, whatever they ask me to do, I'll do. And, he does bring experience, that's for sure. He's a very smart player when he played, and he it wasn't that long ago that he just retired, so he knows the league very well. He knows the players he played against and with very well, so he can help from that standpoint also. And that's what the Flyers did with Briere. They brought him in and basically taught him every aspect of a front office operation. Then they made him the general manager of their minor league team, but he actually went there and lived in the city, which, Carmanos doesn't do with the Sabres, and it looks like maybe he might not be back. He more was, doing things remotely. So, I could see maybe Staal. I don't know if he would be the GM of the Amerks right off the bat, just coming into the organization. But, I could see him, moving into a role like that eventually. But, it's fine.
The Maple Leafs are halfway to the conference finals. They win Game 2 over Florida. They lead 2-0 now in the series, a 4-3 win last night. The Stars winning 3-2 over the Jets. Mikko Rantanen, a second consecutive hat trick. That's the third time that's ever happened in NHL playoff history, and it's the first time in 40 years that a player has scored hat tricks in back-to-back games. Dallas takes Game 1. Tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs, 7 o'clock for Hurricanes Capitals, 9:30 for Oilers and Golden Knights. Carolina and Edmonton lead their series 1-0. The Celtics blew another 20-point lead last night to the Knicks. 2 20-point comebacks by the Knicks have them up 2-0 in the series, both games on the road. The Nuggets fall to the Thunder, Oklahoma City winning big by 43 points to tie the series at 1. In the NFL, George Pickens traded from Pittsburgh to Dallas for a third-round pick. Gabe Davis released by the Jaguars. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
And I would like to correct some people. Some people think that he is a diva or he's cantankerous. I talked to the Steelers folks. George Pickens is demonstrative on the field, but he is not an uncoachable player. In fact, he does have a great way about him in the locker room and is very well liked in Pittsburgh. For the Dallas side of this, they sat on an all draft. Everyone wondering, why are they not drafting a wide receiver? Why are they not drafting a running back? They took an offensive lineman. They get a player who I think is the best available prospect for a third-round pick, and then they can decide if they want to re-sign him or not.
Peter Schrager on the Cowboys trade, getting George Pickens. Pickens was suspended by the Steelers at one point for conduct.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It is interesting there that as he's talking about it, he said he talked to people with the Steelers that say he's coachable when that's the team that just sent him away. So it's kind of interesting to me.
Right.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Thursday, May 8th. We're 6 days from the schedule release and probably a couple days from finding out little pieces here and there.
Start putting the puzzle together. I love the puzzle.
Yeah.
Putting the draft together, or putting the schedule together.
We know the teams playing international games, the 2025 London games, teams that will host, which should we think that I guess I saw yesterday, Jags, Browns, Jets are all hosting in London. Mm-hmm. And had we not considered that the Bills could play the Browns are on the road, right? The Browns,
is that one of the road games?
Yeah, and so are the Jets. So
okay. The
Bills,
idea they could go to London again?
Yeah, did we rule that out for any specific reason? That they couldn't go? They have a road game against the Browns and a road game against the Jets and a road game against the Steelers, who are playing in Ireland.
I don't think they'll play the Jets just because of the division. But they have done that a couple times recently. Yep. I guess it could be Cleveland. Why couldn't it be Cleveland?
I'm almost waiting for someone to write to me, we ruled that out because of this report.
Yeah.
Because for some reason I hadn't even... The only big, exciting road trip I thought was possible was Ireland, if that happened. But the Jets and the Browns do host a game over there. So I don't know. I saw yesterday we might even know the order of those games. But...
The London games?
Yeah.
Okay.
What weeks they are, 5, 6, 7?
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Bills went to London
It was week 5.
Yeah.
When they played Jacksonville.
Week 5, 2 years ago, and that was early?
Mm-hmm.
And the whole controversy about when they went over?
Yes.
And how that affected everything after?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't need another London game.
It is fun to think about. Remember the things that we have argued about along the way?
Yes.
While the Bills are really good. We're all family arguing about something, whether it's draft strategy or free agency or the guy they sign off the street or what day they went to London.
Yes.
We are just bickering about
were they wearing the right cleats against Cincinnati?
That's right.
Yeah.
It's mid-October and nothing really matters for 3 months. Let's argue about something.
Yeah.
They went the wrong day. Whatever. That's kind of...
I don't even remember what day they went. What was the problem? They went on Thursday? They went too close?
I don't remember. I think the Jags were there the week before. That was
we
part
knew
of
that.
it.
We knew
the
that.
Jags were there the week before.
But then there was something the Bills did that made it feel like they did it wrong, or they would have done it differently the next time because they went on. I don't remember though if it was they went too early or they went too late. I think it probably has to be they went too late.
Yeah.
Maybe did they go on Friday or something? Their body clocks were all messed up.
It was a home game for the Bills, and for people that saw that stadium.
That game, what happened in that game? Milano got hurt.
What happened in that
Jones
game?
got hurt, and Kyrie Elam got cooked by Calvin Ridley all day. But we did find out another thing. Like Elam was hurt. Like that was forgotten. He didn't play for a while after that, and it was like confirmed like 2 weeks later that he was hurt during that game.
One thing that happened in that game was it was a shining example of the Dorsey offense. Where it was, by the end of it, they got their yards and they scored maybe 20 points, but they were never within a touchdown, and the defense made some big mistakes. But it was they're getting yards, but everything looks hard for them era of the Ken Dorsey downfall. Mm-hmm. And then Joe Brady came in, and things started to look easier for the offense.
That ended up being right. I mean, Allen throws for 359 in that game, but the idea that it doesn't look easy, doesn't look right, and then within a month and a half, he's gone.
359, but it looked hard.
Yeah, 359 for him. Diggs went 8 for 121 and a touchdown. Davis went 6 for 100. Hardy went 2 for 62. Oh, everybody, that was everybody eats.
803.
They say a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot of comeback because they scored 7 points right at the end of the half.
That's right. Yeah.
That was in the era where
they were playing catch up.
They also lost to New England that way, where the offense was asleep for 3 quarters and then wakes up at the end and they lose.
Yep.
Anyway, memories. Jake in Buffalo. Hey, Jake, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I got one thing I'm kind of speculating on. You know, my wife and I are dying to go to Ireland. We would really love this Bills game to be there with Pittsburgh. But what happens, maybe if the stadium's not ready next year and the league's keeping something in their back pocket, would they do back-to-back international seasons, or would they maybe save that international game next year for a home game?
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's any indication at all that the stadium's not going to be ready.
No, I haven't heard anything like that.
So if you were ever in a spot like that, I guess you could open the season like that because you'd have to play somewhere else. But I don't think you're going to get faced with that hypothetical here.
Right, because the Bills just...
The stadium's going to be done in the spring, let alone by the season.
And the Bills on the
next
rotation of hosting an international game, since they just did, doesn't that mean they're off a couple years? You do it every how many years?
That's a good question. I don't think it's set in stone, though, because they had gone so long without hosting one in the first place, right? They'd gone 9 years.
It had been a while.
Or something.
Yeah.
So maybe I bet they'll host a game a lot faster, or it'll be a lot closer together than it was last time. I don't think they're going to go 8 years without hosting one.
No, that's right.
Especially now that some teams have 9 home games during a year.
We already know the Rams are going to Australia next year.
That'd be cool.
A game played at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Mm-hmm. What time?
Would I rather they play in Australia or Ireland?
Can I give you a fun question? Mm-hmm. What time is that game going to be on?
In Australia?
Well, here.
Well, I can guarantee you 1,000,000,000% it is not going to be at like 3 o'clock in the morning, if that's what you're thinking.
No, now.
They will never.
Wait a minute.
It'll be about the TV window.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
What time will the game be? Australia is 14 hours ahead of us.
Uh-huh.
Right now, we're going to do one of these segments where our brains start on time. Right now, it's 9:43 p.m. in Australia. So what time would you play a game in Australia?
9:43 right now in Australia?
Yeah. You play it at noon in Australia?
No, they'll play at midnight.
They'll play...
Yeah.
You're telling me they're going to sell tickets to a game to be played at midnight?
Absolutely. They'll play at midnight. Ali fought Foreman at 2 o'clock in the morning in Zaire, Africa, because of the TV window in the U.S.
That's correct.
They're going to do that.
The Rumble in the Jungle was indeed at 4 a.m. local time.
Yeah.
Or whatever it was. But
they'll do that. They'll play a game at midnight. They're doing these games because of the TV windows. They want the early morning TV. They can say they're growing the game all they want.
Here's the thing. Okay, so you say it's going to be at midnight.
Midnight Australian
That
time,
means it'll be 4 p.m.
Oh, wait, did I mess that up? I thought I had that.
Like I said, we're going to make our brains hurt.
Okay, so right now it's what time Australia?
9:43 p.m.
So I'm going 2 hours in advance to get that 9:30 a.m. window.
Okay.
Or the 9 a.m.
So
window.
the Rams game, local time for the Rams, you're now putting it 6 a.m.
Oh, crap. I forgot about L.A.
They got to move it. So now, to get the Rams...
This also depends on who the Rams play.
Sure.
Because their local time would also be different, unless it's a California team.
So you got to hit a window here.
So wait. So these West Coast teams, though, have never been playing over in London? Because their games would have been at 9:30 before. If the Rams not played in London, they must have at some point.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
This is my East Coast bias, though, that I never think about the West Coast TV part of it.
How many Western teams have played in London?
Okay, so if you can't have the midnight...
Yeah,
okay, so if you go to the next day, how do I get it to...
Germany. Seattle played in Germany. So
Seattle played in Germany?
Yeah.
So a Seattle fan had to wake up at, 5 o'clock in the morning?
And probably.
Okay. So you could still do that, midnight, Australian time. But if you go to the next morning for Australia, how do I get the game at 4:30?
This is the other
East
part of
Coast time.
Here's the other part about it that's kind of tough to square is I don't know, they're so far ahead it's like it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Later. In 3 hours it will be tomorrow in Australia.
Here we go. 4 p.m.
My brain hurts.
4 p.m.
Can't
East.
do this.
Here, this is what they're going to do. 4:30 East Coast time.
Yeah.
Which is that's a national spotlight window, right? We always talk about that, and it's lit. It's what time is it out west for that? That's noon.
1 o'clock. 4
so that
1.
works.
Yeah.
That would be 6:30 a.m. Australian time.
They're going to play a game at 6:30 a.m.
Yeah,
you're out of your mind.
6:30 in the morning Australian time.
The Bills just had an internal conflict about what time to leave for London. They're going to fly 17 hours and then play at 6 a.m.
Someone's going to do it.
If you delay that by 4 hours, though, then you start here at 8:30, and then you start out west at
a 10 a.m. game.
Yeah, then it'd be 10 a.m. in Australia, and out west it would be...
Well,
this also would mean that you'd be playing the games in different days, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So if the Bills were playing the Rams, Josh Allen would be playing
in the future
a game in the future or the past.
It's Monday over there, and it's Sunday here.
Would it be considered Monday Night Football?
These are great questions for next year. Listen, they play Monday Night Football.
It's Monday Night Football. It's Sunday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
They use the Monday Night Football stuff on Saturdays as it is.
That's true. Yeah, they don't hold firm on that.
All right, I've got to eject on this segment as fast as possible. I can't. The time zone stuff.
Haven't you been to Australia?
No, but I have family there. And,
okay.
and if the Bills were,
Sal's been to Australia.
If the Bills got that call
to go to Australia,
it would be a big time. We should go. I don't know how feasible it is.
One way to avoid all of this is you just go to the game. Although you're going to be mad at me if I'm right and you have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to a 6:30 football game.
True.
Because you let your body adjust. Maybe you just don't even do that. Just never adjust your clock. Never reset your clock. Treat it that way.
I don't think... All right, we got a break.
Ireland's easier.
We got a break. Maybe they don't play the Rams next year. I thought it was a potential matchup, but it doesn't look like it is. Anyway, 803-0550. The Rams are going to Australia, and the Bills are maybe going to Ireland. We'll find out.
We're not this year, though. They're not going to Australia.
That's right.
Year.
They are going to Maui for their minicamp. The Rams. They have minicamp.
The Rams are?
Yes, they have minicamp in Maui. There you go.
That's kind of sick, actually.
That's great if you cover the Rams. Hey,
minicamp. They don't even do anything in minicamp.
Right. Just going to Maui for a couple days.
It's more just a team vacation to Hawaii.
Sal, top of the hour on Phase 2 for the Bills. Rookie camp. We'll ask him about Gabe Davis and if he thinks it could be a reunion. The Bills love their reunions. It could be effectively free. So Sal, top of the hour here on WGR. The idea of Gabe to the Bills. Give us a ring on that. If you got room for Gabe? I wouldn't say it's a bad idea. I don't have a problem with it. I mean,
what's the downside?
Sure, right, that's what I mean.
I don't think there is.
Is Xavier Johnson, who's far enough down the depth chart that would be pushed out by this? Like
Xavier Johnson.
He was on the team last year, maybe. Ohio State wide receiver.
Yeah,
Caden Prather doesn't get the
Hamler.
snaps he needs.
Yeah.
You know, at the risk of talking receiver, Davis is a player who was popular. He does feel like he like many others, you know, when you leave, it's thanks for your services, and you aren't good enough to stay. I saw a little bit of what he did there in Jacksonville is another sign of how Allen can bring out the best in players, because Allen probably got as much out of Davis as he probably could. It's hard to envision anybody getting out of Davis what he had here in his 4 years. It's also obvious that when Davis did that, he's on a rookie contract. There's tremendous value.
Yeah,
Davis was a great player for the Bills from a value standpoint. You got your drops here and there, but he was great. At $20 million, you don't want anything to do with that. But again, he'd be basically free because of what he's already making and what teams in the league are going to pay. Pittsburgh, the Giants, does he want an opportunity, or is the Bills a good place for him to land? He's everything they want players to be. I mentioned in the first segment one area where he might help them in that he's got vertical speed down the field, and no one has had better chemistry down the field with Josh Allen than Gabe. Put that aside. Would it not be good? Would the Bills not see value in trying to convince him to come here to say, why don't you show young Keon Coleman NFL life? What you do, NFL, your process, your offseason, your training camp, your dedication. Coleman is a young player learning to be a pro. That's kind of what they said about him when they were disappointed how he came back and what he had to learn there. So, who would teach him better than the guy that the Bills consistently gave an award to for the way he prepared? What could make them feel better? We are at this question, which we get to quite often. What could make you feel better? And the answer always is just win. Just win more games.
And I do think on a smaller scale, like for Saravelli and then Friedman saying earlier in the day that they are looking for a experienced GM to come be a senior advisor,
like Rick Dudley, somebody like that.
And Dudley is the first name that I think anybody should think of because he lives locally, and his official title right now with the Florida Panthers is senior advisor to the Florida Panthers. He's doing the exact job. Is it job? Is it just there to the GM to pick his ear
just
once in a while?
basically hop on different Zoom calls now?
Sure, right. Like whatever that job actually entails, Dudley does it for the Panthers. So would that make people feel better? I mean, it would make me feel a little better. Oh, a guy that has been a GM, I think 3 times in the NHL is now in the organization. All right. Into that.
Yep.
Like that to me would be
You're looking for credibility.
Credibility. That would be the thing you need in the front office more than anything. Eric Staal is going to work there, and again, I don't really think that changes much at all. But if you get a guy in there that's done the job a bunch of times, I can't believe that wouldn't help a little bit. There's no one in there right now that has.
Hey, golfers, have you picked up your WGR VIP golf card? For $129, this is what you get. 18 at Diamond Hawk, 18 at Shamrock Hills, 18 at Attica's 10th hole, 18 at Bobolink, an hour at Golf Dojo, a box of Vero X1 golf balls from Encore Golf, $25 gift certificate to Rick Surratt Golf Warehouse, and 18 at Destroyer Golf, which is Park Golf. That's 8 golfing destinations or items for $129. You save like $200 getting this.
Yeah.
Go to getmyperks.com to grab one and, plan to take a little tour, the WGR VIP Golf Card Tour. Getmyperks.com for that. We got to get out to Shamrock Hills. We're doing the tour as a group. We did Diamond Hawk.
Yep.
Shamrock Hills, Attica's 10th hole coming up. We'll do all that. You guys
next week's going to be in the 70s, I think.
That's nice.
Maybe next week we can get out there.
I saw you got out yesterday.
I did. It was beautiful. Beautiful outside. Yeah, just, good day of golf. Nothing crazy, spectacular happening on any front. Tri-County, the course I played at yesterday, that is a hole where I've decided 250 yards, there's a creek, and it's a par 4. Would you go driver or would you lay up?
On that hole, I have driven the green, hit the pin, and missed like a 6-foot eagle putt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's fun to hit,
yeah.
Wow, what a tee shot. I missed the putt. Great.
I've decided I'm going driver every time on a hole like that.
Yeah, why not?
Come on. Just, just driver every single time. Yeah, why not?
803-0550. We'll get a break in. Sal on the other side. We'll get his thoughts on Gabe Davis, who has been released by the Jaguars, and on the Bills as we get into Phase 2 of workouts. The Bills are in Phase 2, and rookie camp is on the way. Jeremy and Joe, Sal next.
Joe Marino with us. One other thing I wanted to get to you with, Joe, is me and Jeremy earlier, we got sparked by a caller in the 6 o'clock hour on Kincaid and the season upcoming for him and how important this year is for him. And often you'll hear, like, hey, don't forget Kincaid. Like, when you talk receiver, don't forget about Kincaid. How do you look at, I think for me, like, the biggest two questions I have are, one, if he does take a big step forward, like, what does it look like? Like, how does he win? Some of these tight ends in the league, McBride is jumping over people and Kittle's running through people. And I don't know. When I think of Kincaid, I feel like he should be better at some more of the nuances of the position. And then also how valuable it would be for this offense if he does take that step forward. They already were 30 points a game. Brandon pointed that out. But it's not to say that if he didn't take a step forward, that could be another layer on their offense that they didn't have last season.
Yeah, I think generally people are down on Kincaid. And I think part of that stems from, well, you thought this was going to be a target hog in this offense, 120 targets or something like that. And, the guy that really eats into what was vacated by Stephon Diggs. And, that sort of happened, but not really. And so there's a lot of disappointment from people that picked him high in fantasy. And then your lasting impression is him dropping what should have been an all-time great throw in the history of the NFL from Josh Allen on the 4th and 5 against Kansas City, right? So there's not a lot of good vibes with Kincaid right now. But if I could point to 5 metrics that I think are really critical when you reflect on the season that happened with Dalton Kincaid, I would say, first of all, he was terrific separating, right? Route running, that was always the calling card for Kincaid. He was terrific. Among the 41 tight ends in the NFL to run at least 200 routes in 2024, Kincaid was 8th highest in win rates in the league. And that's actually down from where he was number 4 in the NFL as a rookie. So you have a proven 2-year sample size of upper echelon route running in the NFL. Would like to also point to yards after catch. He was number 4 in tight ends and yards after catch per reception last year at 6.36 yards, and number 6 in missed tackles forced per reception at 0.18.
The idea of Gabe to the Bills. Give us a ring on that. You got room for Gabe? I wouldn't say it's a bad idea. I don't have a problem with it. I mean,
what's the downside?
Sure, right, that's what I mean.
I don't think there is.
Is Xavier Johnson, who's far enough down the depth chart that would be pushed out by this? Like
Xavier Johnson.
He was on the team last year, maybe. Ohio State wide receiver.
Yeah,
Caden Prather doesn't get the
Hamler.
snaps he needs.
Yeah.
You know, at the risk of talking receiver, Davis is a player who was popular. He does feel like he like many others, you know, when you leave, it's thanks for your services, and you aren't good enough to stay. I saw a little bit of what he did there in Jacksonville as another sign of how Allen can bring out the best in players, because Allen probably got as much out of Davis as he probably could. It's hard to envision anybody getting out of Davis what he had here in his 4 years. It's also obvious that when Davis did that, he's on a rookie contract. There's tremendous value.
Yeah,
Davis was a great player for the Bills from a value standpoint. You got, you know, your drops here and there, but he was great. At $20 million, you don't want anything to do with that. But again, he'd be basically free because of what he's already making and what teams in the league are going to pay. Pittsburgh, the Giants, does he want an opportunity, or is the Bills a good place for him to land? He's everything they want players to be. I mentioned in the first segment one area where he might help them in that he's got vertical speed down the field, and no one has had better chemistry down the field with Josh Allen than Gabe. Put that aside. Would it not be good? Would the Bills not see value in trying to convince him to come here to say, why don't you show young Keon Coleman NFL life? What you do, NFL, your process, your offseason, your training camp, your dedication. You know, Coleman is a young player learning to be a pro. That's kind of what they said about him when they were disappointed how he came back and what he had to learn there. So, who would teach him better than the guy that the Bills consistently gave an award to for the way he prepared?
Some good playoff action in the NBA again last night. A crazy comeback. To that in a moment. In hockey, the Maple Leafs take a 2-0 series lead. 4-3 win over the Florida Panthers. That series will shift back to South Florida. The Stars beat the Jets 3-2 to take Game 1. Mikko Rantanen with another hat trick. He also had one in Game 7 against Colorado, so he becomes the third player in NHL history with back-to-back hat tricks in the playoffs, and he is the first to do it in 40 years. So Dallas takes Game 1 in Winnipeg. Tonight, Hurricanes Capitals at 7, Oilers and Golden Knights at 9:30. The Sabres making some news yesterday announcing that Eric Staal will join the organization as a special assistant to the general manager. Of course, longtime Hurricane, spent a year with the Sabres in 2021 as a player. To the NBA, another 20-point comeback by the Knicks last night. They were down 20. They come back to beat the Celtics. The Celtics missed 13 shots in a row in the fourth quarter. Knicks win by 1, take a 2-0 series lead, and now get 2 home games after that. The Thunder blow out the Nuggets in the late game, 149-106. That series now tied 1-1. In football, George Pickens traded from the Steelers to the Cowboys for a third-round pick. Gabe Davis released by the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. We have some Bills chatter to get to. Jeremy and Joe. Hope your Thursday is going well. Thanks for joining us, if you are. And if you're not, well, thanks anyway. You could also just still join us. I'm wishing everyone a good Thursday, including you, Sal. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Rookie camp getting started shortly. The Bills at phase 2 of off-season workouts, and we have a Gabe Davis conversation to have because it kind of does present itself as interesting given how available he might be if the match is there. So where do you like to start? You want to start with Gabe?
Sure. I think we can. We should. I guess maybe not super surprised, a little bit surprised, though, by the kind of overwhelming, pretty dug-in sentiment from a lot of the fan base that they wouldn't be interested, wouldn't want him. You know, I mean, it just seems like I know he was a bit of a polarizing player in a lot of ways, not for anything off the field antics, nothing like that, but just, you know, the bad moments, some of the drops that were there. I just think there's a lot of that outweighing a lot of the good that he did for the team from the fan base. I'm not saying people are right or wrong. I'm kind of just from an observer, a little bit surprised about it because he was a good player for the Bills. I mean, he was certainly a really good 4th-round pick. I mean, you know, you take that into consideration, but independent of that, he was not worth the contract for the Bills. It was a good decision to let him go to Jacksonville for that money. Good for Gabe to get that. It was a good decision. The Bills weren't going to bring him back at that money. It wasn't going to play that role. But man, like this is a player that you drafted, you developed. He won your Iron Bill Award 2 years in a row as the offseason's hardest worker. People can scoff at that and say it doesn't matter. I mean, I think that those kinds of things those are the kinds of players that you can seamlessly bring into your organization that fit in. Is there a question about really what role he'd be where he is? Absolutely, I get that. But as I posed to you guys, I think yesterday, as soon as you were not around when this happened, Jeremy, you had it was the last hour of the show, and I said to Joe, and I think this is a good debate. Shope and Bulldog actually had 2 different answers to this when I said the same question. If I give you a choice, dollars for dollar to the same, and I know that's not the case, who's better on this team, Gabe Davis or Curtis Samuel? And I think if you say Gabe Davis or even have a debate, then there's room for this guy to at least you could make an argument for him to go after him.
Yeah. You know, Sal, if you just, do an old-fashioned pros-cons list, I think the cons are injury concerns, the cons are drops concerns, and maybe where he slots in. But the pros side of it, like you said, the Iron Bill Award. I think with Davis here, as we just entertain the possibility that could happen, he's more than a culture fit. He's a culture driver for them. Yeah. And Mitch Morse tweeting yesterday about him, like Morse played with him here and played with him in Jacksonville last year, and Morse flat out called out the Jags like, I don't get it. This guy's done everything you could ask him to do. So even though he's gone through injuries and he might not be worth that money, he would basically be free for the Bills to sign because of that offside money. So it's not even a what would you pay? It's basically if Gabe wants it, should the Bills want it?
Yeah, that's right. I don't see much of a downside, to be quite honest, unless you feel that he's blocking someone from doing something on your team. Like that to me would be the only downside. If you want to make that argument, go right ahead. Like that, I could listen to it. But otherwise, what is the downside? If you think that he's a terrible player, I guess, I don't think he's a terrible player. I think he had some tough moments, no doubt. I think some great moments for the Bills. I think there's a lot of that, though, that gets... it's just, to me, just really kind of unfair to Gabe that in a lot of ways, the expectations that happened after the Kansas City game, right, the 4 touchdowns, and I even remember being on the field the following year against the Rams, and it was Matthew Berry of NBC. And he was like, yeah, Gabe Davis, after last year and looking for this. I think it was the fantasy football sentiment of it from the people from the outside looking into the numbers.
He was one of the bigger one of the bigger fantasy conversations about like the polarizing receiver. Is he ready for his breakout?
I mean, it was beyond that though too. Like you're definitely right about that fantasy conversation, but I remember like even Mike Evans saying that he thought Gabe Davis was the most underrated receiver in the league and he was going to break out. So it was his peers have talked him up too.
No doubt. So I think that because of that, there were expectations that he never hit, and that was partly on him. That was partly on because of the offense they ran and a lot of different things that go into that, right? He was never that true number one guy. And look, I mean, the Bills, to me, I think Joe said this. I agree with Joe with what you said yesterday about the skill set of a guy like Curtis Samuel, Elijah Moore is more needed than the skill set of Gabe Davis. Now, that said, Gabe Davis's his numbers show that he's a downfield stretcher, even though we don't think of him that way. He's not this burner. Mm-hmm. But they do need guys like that in the offense. I don't see much of a downside. And look, I think what happens a lot of times is we sit here, and you guys are doing this morning, and we all do it. It's natural, which is people are tweeting and calling, and we're talking about, well, where does he fit in on the 53? Well, wait, we're a long way from a 53, right? I mean, like, if the more people you can get to compete for the 53, the better. By the time you get to August, what if Curtis Samuel has a turf toe injury again? What if Elijah Moore twists an ankle? If you could be sitting there going, boy, what if they would have signed Gabe Davis? Right? Like, what if he's here right now? I just think that there's nothing wrong with having competition to elevate the group.
And to take this down the road a little further, Sal, that's where it comes down to, what does Davis want? Does he want a place where he's going to get targets and there's an open spot, like maybe Pittsburgh is an answer here, or maybe the Giants, or maybe New England, or maybe, any number of teams, Seattle, whatever. Does he want to prove to the league, I can still play, I want to play, 4 or 5 more years. Maybe he never hits 13 million again, but he's going to continue to make money and be a professional player. Or does he kind of look at it, and Tre'Davious White's not the best example here, like Trey White might not have as much time left as Davis does. Does he look at it like, I didn't want to leave, and now I have the opportunity to go back, and I'm financially fine, and I can just try and win a Super Bowl and try to make that team?
It's a good question. I will tell you that, I've gotten to know Gabe really well over his last couple of years in Buffalo, as you guys know, and he really loves Buffalo. I mean, he was just here, actually. Joe and I were looking at some pictures at the Shane Gillis concert, apparently, last Saturday night. He still has some ties here in Buffalo. He does come back once in a while. He loved this city, being in this city, being a part of this city. I know people around him loved him being in this city. All of those boxes are checked, right? Football-wise, is it the best fit for him? That's a good question. If I'm Gabe Davis and I'm looking at it, I'm probably thinking Pittsburgh might be better. Now, I will tell you, when Gabe left for Jacksonville, through that process, through the communication I had with people, I know Pittsburgh was one of the teams that was interested at the time. I don't know if they still would be. Chicago was a team interested at the time. Since then, they've done a lot of different things. They have a new coach. I don't know if that would be the case anymore. The Giants have always been kind of lurking because of Brian Daboll, Joe Shane, obviously, out there. So I don't know if those teams, but I would tell you the Giants with Daboll, with their receiving group, the Steelers with what they did yesterday, football-wise, that might make way more sense for Gabe Davis. Even if he loves Buffalo, he may say, I'm not going to have the same opportunity, and I would totally understand that.
How do you see the money part of it, Sal? There's this talk about like the offset language. Remember talking about this with Russell Wilson last year that, unless some team is going to offer him more than $11 million, which I think is lunacy to think somebody would do that, then basically Davis is going to get his money. Right, so like whoever signs him can do it for the vet minimum, because anything more than that, you're just basically giving money to the Jaguars. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I have to read into it a little bit more to find out exactly all the financials on that. But I think it sounds about right, where I guess the best way to just think of it would be you wouldn't have to
There'd be
use
no money
a ton
downside
of salary cap space to sign him. You know
right,
what I mean?
like when you say there's no downside to it, I agree with you, and part of the reason I do is it sounds like the way his contract works and him getting, released here by the Jaguars is if he did want to come back and the Bills wanted to bring him in, it feels like they can do it without ever thinking about, well, you're paying him this much, so you got to play him.
Yeah, so offset language basically is, the way it works in some contracts, this happens with coaches a lot, actually. when they go to another team. Rex Ryan, I think, had offset language, which actually I think applied to his job at ESPN when he left the Bills, to be quite honest with you, from what I was told back in the day. Which is basically if you have offset language in your contract, it's okay, you're getting this money from Team A, so if you go sign with Team B for less, it doesn't matter. The Team A is still kind of paying that salary up until that money. Anything above that, you're responsible for, but he's getting that baseline. I mean, I think, though, in the NFL, even though that's the case, you still have to account for the veteran minimum at least, right? So that would be the case here. Right, so that would be the case here. We don't see this a lot in the NFL, but it does happen sometimes. So just to poke around a little bit, if that were the case, let's just say that is the case, then again, what are we talking about? A veteran minimum type deal. I think what you said before, Jeremy, is right. The question, I think, would come down to, even if the Bills were very interested, would Gabe Davis want to do that? As much as he might like Buffalo, love Buffalo, want to, he may say, it's just, I don't want to go back and, rerun that. I've moved on in my career, and there's other opportunities for me out there. That's very possible. But I'm a little surprised, I really am, at some of the backlash from fans that say, no way, I don't want any part of that. And I think yesterday was interesting, kind of reading all of that.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline as we talk about a little bit about Gabe, but also about rookie minicamp as things are going to get started. And coverage of rookie minicamp is brought to you by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys, brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Bill's rookie minicamp coverage here, Sal. All right, so is it part of Phase 2? Like the rookie camp kind of slides under the umbrella of Phase 2, or is it a little different the way that it operates with rookies with regard to veterans right now that are doing voluntary stuff?
I believe rookie minicamp falls under Phase 3, actually, because they get to do more. Like the Phase 2 is for the veteran camps, for the guys that are basically able to, you've passed Phase 1, which is just conditioning. Now you're doing a little bit more in the field. I mean, they're actually they'll be running like football stuff out there. They're not hitting each other, rookie minicamp, but they'll be lining up in positions, and so it's more than that. So I believe it falls under its own category of like a Phase 3 type of camp, right?
Because they're very much allowed to work with coaches, where early on coaches and players kind of can't do stuff together, right?
Correct, exactly right. So they'll be out there on Friday and on Saturday. We only get to watch them on Friday, and then we'll get to talk to rookies afterwards, and kind of get a sense for those guys and learn about them a little bit. But yeah, that's what's going on. And then for the team itself, the rest of the team, I should say, the first 2 weeks they were in Phase 1. Now the next few weeks they're in Phase 2, which I believe started earlier this week. And again, that's now you're starting to be able to do a little bit more with footballs, with actual coaches, stuff like that. And then obviously this will dovetail towards the end of the month into OTAs, is what they're going to officially call them, and then mandatory mini camp for 3 days in June, which is a lot more obviously football stuff and guys that need to be here. Right now it's still voluntary.
And on rookie minicamp, Sal, some of the thinking about, some of the players that will be there, the draft picks specifically, how do you think about this is kind of like the beginning of the ramping up for these guys in the building, especially like how important it is for the draft picks at the end? Like the 6th and 7th round picks. Every year the Bills end up releasing one or two just because that's the roster. It's a deep roster and it's tough to make it. And whether it's Dorian Strong, Chase Lunt, Caden Prather, this is kind of the start of, I don't want to say it's an uphill climb, but it's definitely going to be tough to make the roster at positions that are pretty deep.
I would say it this way, Joe. I don't think anyone doesn't make the team, but people could make the team. Meaning this wouldn't be draft picks. This would be guys like on rookie tryout basis, like Joe Andreessen. Like, remember, this is where they found Joe Andreessen last year. They went to rookie minicamp. They gave him an invite. You're going to get guys who are not under contract who are at rookie minicamp. So when we get out there tomorrow will be the day. There's going to be a little card given to all the media. Here's the rookie minicamp roster. There's going to be a bunch of names on there people don't recognize. There's going to be undrafted free agents. Maybe you've read about them. And then there's going to be tryout players. You're like, oh, this guy, he's trying out. And he's from Erie, PA. He's from Syracuse. He's from Buffalo. He's a local guy. Oh, this guy, yeah, he played, for a year in the CFL or whatever. There's certain rules about how much you can have experience to be a part of this whole thing. They have 4 quarterbacks on their regular roster right now. None of them are eligible for rookie minicamp. You know what that means? Someone's coming in to throw the ball. So, they're going to have someone on a rookie minicamp tryout to play quarterback. And, look, that guy's probably not going to make the team, but who knows what happens when you get here and they go, hey, you know what? Really, really like a certain person, whatever position that is. Now, as far as the drafted guys are concerned, Yeah, I mean, this is more of a, hey, we need to get you in here. We need to kind of get you acclimated. They're not making the team or not making the team based on what happens this weekend. This is really just more of an acclimation period for everybody. But it is an important period for guys, like I said, who, look, they only have 89 on the roster right now. They are allowed 91 because Travis Clayton is still considered an international guy. So there are 2 spots left if the Bills feel someone wows them and they can sign them to a deal like they did Andreessen last year.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline, previewing Bills' rookie minicamp. Great moments in rookie minicamp history, Sal. I mean, my biggest one is Jason Peters catching a pass from J.P. Lossman. But, what do we really find out about these guys? Or is it really about how these players start to find out what life is like with the Bills?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the case, right? I mean, I could tell you, I have a couple, I wouldn't say great moments, but things do stand out. Like, the 2 guys that I remember specifically that were, to me, okay, like, wow, he's Sammy Watkins. Like, when I remember seeing him for the first time, like, okay, he's just different, right? Like, he's a little different. And the other guy actually stands out for this was Ron Darby. I thought Ron Darby, like, when you could see he was just a better athlete than all the other guys out there.
Yeah.
The first time I saw him at rookie minicamp, I remember thinking that about him. I think Tre'Davious, Josh Reed and I think he'll share this story too at some if you talk to him, because I remember him sharing it, and I said, yeah, that did happen. We were standing next to each other when Tre'Davious was out in the field, and I think something like when the ball was like going to his hands, you could kind of feel it, you could hear it. It's kind of smoother, you know what I mean? Like he wasn't fighting it. You could remark and you could tell that. Then you just have the guys that are just bigger guys, and you say, "Whoa, that guy's he's look at him in his shorts and in his helmet, standing there." So those kinds of things do happen. It's a chance for these guys to get here, and not only on the field, guys. Let's remember, this is also the weekend.
The bus tour?
In some capacity, they're going to kind of learn Buffalo. They're going to be taken out on tours.
All right.
They're going to be taken around town. They're going to go to the Niagara Falls. We used to do that, and the media was a part of it, where we'd go and kind of film it and talk to these guys. That's not the case anymore. The Bills' own media might have some stuff on that and social, but they'll kind of be touring Western New York a little bit in some capacity. I'm sure that's what they usually do.
Very good.
Are you jealous, Sal, that the Rams are having their mini camp in Maui?
Maui camp is what they call it. Maui camp.
Maui camp.
Put a word in to McDermott,
yeah, I mean,
see if you can move it to Hawaii next year.
Interesting, right? And then next year they're going to Australia, the Rams.
Yep.
For a game.
Game.
We were just talking about that actually in the last segment about, not to say the Bills will play in that game. Did you look up there? They don't even play the Rams next year?
I don't think they do.
Okay, but either way.
They could.
Yeah, the common finisher could line up.
But we were talking about like what time that game would be at because of the difference, and like if you put it on at 9 a.m, that's midnight at Australian time, or if you want it at some reasonable time Australian time, it'll be in the middle of the night here. So that's not this year's schedule debate, though. That'll be next year. But
well, Joe, is this the part where I say you should listen to our Always Game Day podcast, Buffalo podcast, where we talked about this? We literally talked about this and asked him. But your point is right, actually, and what you said is exactly what he said, which is you got to figure that out.
Yep.
Because of the time differences, like where do you want to slot that game? My thought is, I think what they might do, and I don't know this for sure, I think what they might do is play that game on the Saturday before the season starts, right? So you have the Thursday game for the opener for the championship, the Super Bowl winner. You have that Friday international game, right, that we've been that's had.
Yep.
And then maybe you play that one on Saturday, and you do it because if you do it at a time where it's a Saturday night and it's Sunday there, right?
I was going to say, yes, it's Sunday in Australia, but Saturday night here.
Right, you do that, then you actually give those teams a little extra time to get back and get ready for the next week. And what you could do is you could take the teams that play in that game and put them on a doubleheader Monday night the following week to give them an extra day.
Right, all right. Interesting.
That's good.
Let's get a call in quickly with Sal before the break. Brad in East Aurora. Hey, Brad, what's up?
Hey, guys. I would absolutely love to see Gabe Davis back on the Bills. I think at the very least he'd be an upgrade from Matt Collins, a guy who was on the field all the time last year. And I know that Gabe absolutely embodies what it means to be a Buffalo Bill, and I'd love to see him back. I think his downfall really was that huge game against the Chiefs, the 4-touchdown game, and everybody expected him to be that, and he wasn't. But I'd love to see him back on the Bills. I think he'd be an excellent addition.
Thanks, Brad. Sal, one thing, I'll just mention this as another potential feather in Gabe's cap if the pairing were to reunite, which who knows? Again, I really feel like it's almost more up to Gabe. Has anybody ever had better downfield chemistry with Allen than him? Isn't he number one in terms of getting behind defenses? He's the guy that was able to do that, obviously, in that game, but also in other spots too. We got the 98-yard touchdown against Pittsburgh. He went over the top of teams a bunch of times. And, I know the Bills talk about wanting that, and maybe they get that from the slot with Elijah Moore and maybe Josh Palmer as well. But it's just, to me, it's worth pointing out that chemistry, it was pretty consistent.
I agree. His downfield numbers were good. Average depth of target, I think he kind of led the league or was near the top of the league in several years with the Buffalo Bills. But you're right. And we don't think of Gabe as this burner, but he's always been a guy that was able to get down the field and make plays down the field. And you're right, with Josh Allen, they had good chemistry. Unfortunately, didn't have that chemistry in that Eagles game, right? I mean, that's one play that stands out for the negative that people point to and look at. There were a couple others, right? There's a couple drops along the way, and I understand that. And if that's what people are pointing to, why they wouldn't, welcome him back, then yeah, I get it. I understand that. I just think that there's a lot of good as well that he has been a part of.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I hadn't thought of him thought even at the end was when Joe Brady takes over as offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. I don't know how much this has to matter, but I mean, there were a ton of games where he just wasn't involved at all. Of the games Brady was the offensive coordinator, he had 4 games without a catch. But you also did have 2 games in there where he went over 100. So remember that at the end, it was kind of back or forth. He wasn't at all involved. And then even that Eagle game that you referenced where him and Allen are off that might have been in overtime, where we thought they did a touchdown. Gabe went for 6 catches, 105 yards, and a touchdown in that game.
Well, it's interesting because, he leaves at the same time as Stephon Diggs. Mm-hmm. And Diggs was clearly the number one. And then they go to the everybody eats mentality and mantra, right? And that's not Gabe. He's not a part of that. And you wonder if he's a part of that, is it any different for him? So,
right.
Yeah, it's interesting to monitor and see where this goes. I wouldn't rule it out for the Buffalo Bills. Never rule something like that out. They just did. They just went out and brought back Tre'Davious White and Dane Jackson. This is not Joe had the list, a couple weeks ago. The guys this happens to. But I do think that if you're Gabe Davis, I think you have to look at the football landscape and decide also what is your best opportunity and chance here.
Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
So,
by the way, hey, real quick, you guys got me?
Yeah.
We're gonna have Ryan Green on from Jacksonville today.
Very good.
Good radio host down there, and he'll kind of fill in maybe some of the gaps of why this has been, why Gabe was released basically by the Jaguars. So we'll have him on today.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal covering Bills rookie minicamp on WGR. It's presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet.
I want to remind Bills fans, too, that coming up in less than a week, Wednesday, May 14th, come out, meet Greg Rousseau, 4 to 5 at the Quaker Crossing Verizon store. That's 3500 Amelia Drive in Orchard Park. And while you're there, you can enter for a chance to win a Buffalo Bills experience that will include tickets to the home opener, post-game field access, and a $250 gift card to the stadium store, courtesy of Verizon.
And that day, you'll find out what the home opener is. Wednesday, May 14th.
On May 14th,
May 14th,
that's right.
That's when we find, if not before then, but the home opener.
Come celebrate what it'll be with Greg Rousseau.
There you go.
On the field.
803-0550 on retired numbers. I have an interesting thing here that happened. A team gave away a number that everyone listening thinks should probably be retired by that franchise. They gave it away to a draft pick already. Tell you who that is, and Connor Orr from SI on a solution to the retired number problem as well. If you just, do an old-fashioned pros-cons list, I think the cons are injury concerns, the cons are drops concerns, and maybe where he slots in. But the pros side of it, like you said, the Iron Bill Award. I think with Davis here, as we just entertain the possibility that could happen, he's more than a culture fit. He's a culture driver for them. Yeah. And Mitch Morse tweeting yesterday about him, like Morse played with him here and played with him in Jacksonville last year, and Morse flat out called out the Jags like, I don't get it. This guy's done everything you could ask him to do. So even though he's gone through injuries and he might not be worth that money, he would basically be free for the Bills to sign because of that offside money. So it's not even a what would you pay? It's basically if Gabe wants it, should the Bills want it?
Yeah, that's right. I don't see much of a downside, to be quite honest, unless you feel that he's blocking someone from doing something on your team. Like, that to me would be the only downside. If you want to make that argument, go right ahead. Like, I could listen to it. But otherwise, what is the downside? If you think that he's a terrible player, I guess. I don't think he's a terrible player. I think he had some tough moments, no doubt. I think some great moments for the Bills. I think there's a lot of that, though, that gets... it's just, to me, just really kind of unfair to Gabe that in a lot of ways, the expectations that happened after the Kansas City game, right, the 4 touchdowns. And I even remember being on the field the following year against the Rams, and it was Matthew Berry of NBC. And he was like, yeah, Gabe Davis, after last year and looking for this. I think it was the fantasy football sentiment of it.
That's right.
From the people from the outside looking into the numbers.
He was one of the bigger. He was one of the bigger fantasy conversations about like the polarizing receiver. Is he ready for his breakout?
I mean, it was beyond that though too. Like, you're definitely right about that fantasy conversation. But I remember like even Mike Evans saying that he thought Gabe Davis was the most underrated receiver in the league, and he was going to break out. So it was his peers have talked him up too.
No doubt. So I think that because of that, there were expectations that he never hit, and that was partly on him. That was partly on because of the offense they ran and a lot of different things that go into that, right? He was never that true number one guy.
The idea of Gabe to the Bills. Give us a ring on that. If you got room for Gabe? I wouldn't say it's a bad idea. I don't have a problem with it. I mean,
what's the downside?
Sure, right, that's what I mean.
I don't think there is.
Is Xavier Johnson, who's far enough down the depth chart that would be pushed out by this? Like
Xavier Johnson.
He was on the team last year, maybe. Ohio State wide receiver.
Yeah,
Caden Prather doesn't get the
Hamler.
snaps he needs.
Yeah.
At the risk of talking receiver, Davis is a player who was popular. He does feel like he like many others, when you leave, it's thanks for your services, and you aren't good enough to stay. I saw a little bit of what he did there in Jacksonville is another sign of how Allen can bring out the best in players, because Allen probably got as much out of Davis as he probably could. It's hard to envision anybody getting out of Davis what he had here in his 4 years. It's also obvious that when Davis did that, he's on a rookie contract. There's tremendous value.
Yeah,
Davis was a great player for the Bills. From a value standpoint, you got your drops here and there, but he was great. At $20 million, you don't want anything to do with that. But again, he'd be basically free because of what he's already making and what teams in the league are going to pay. Pittsburgh, the Giants, does he want an opportunity, or is the Bills a good place for him to land? He's everything they want players to be. I mentioned in the first segment one area where he might help them in that he's got vertical speed down the field, and no one has had better chemistry down the field with Josh Allen than Gabe. Put that aside. Would it not be good? Would the Bills not see value in trying to convince him to come here to say, why don't you show young Keon Coleman NFL life? What you do, NFL, your process, your offseason, your training camp, your dedication. Coleman is a young player learning to be a pro. That's kind of what they said about him when they were disappointed how he came back and what he had to learn there. So, who would teach him better than the guy that the Bills consistently gave an award to for the way he prepared?
The Maple Leafs take a 2-0 series lead over the Florida Panthers with a 4-3 win last night. Dallas takes a 1-0 series lead over Winnipeg. They win 3-2. Mikko Rantanen scoring all 3 of the goals. First player in 40 years and only the third ever to have back-to-back hat tricks in the playoffs. Tonight, Carolina and Washington at 7. Edmonton and Vegas at 9:30. The Sabres hiring Eric Staal as special assistant to the general manager. He will report to Kevin Adams. Played for the Sabres for 1 year in 2021. Obviously a longtime Hurricane, Ranger, Wild, a lot of other teams. In the NBA, 20-point comeback for the Knicks again last night. They were down 20. The Knicks missed 12 shots in a row, or the Celtics missed 12 shots in a row in the fourth quarter. The Knicks storm back, win by 1. The Thunder, meanwhile, blow out the Nuggets by 43 points, so they tie the series at 1 game apiece. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, they got Abdul Carter. Yeah, I think with the 3rd pick in the draft, who's going to be a star. But was he serious asking for LT's number? Yeah, you're a high draft pick, but LT is an absolute legend, the best to do it, one of the best defenders of all time. And let me tell you, brother, like, you got to prove yourself. That's crazy just asking for LT's number. And I'm glad that LT shut him down like that.
That's Gronk on Abdul Carter of the Giants asking for 56. He also asked for 11. Phil Simms said yes. His family said no. So there's 2 sides of the jersey number controversy. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. By the way, if Gabe Davis wants 13, right now Jalen Virgil is wearing 13. Just saying.
You could probably get that.
We are talking to you about the idea of Gabe returning. Talked about it with Sal. I've run through some of the pros and cons. It would basically be free.
What about Gabe wearing like 87? Yeah, 87.
Then people would think he's a tight end. 87's a tight end number forever because of Gronk. He took it over.
And Kelsey.
Actually, which kind of leads to this conversation on retired numbers. So I went to the break and I teased. A team has given out an all-time greats number immediately. No, maybe not immediately. He did go elsewhere. The Falcons gave Jalen Walker number 11. Julio Jones.
Yikes.
Julio Jones.
I mean, isn't he the best player in their franchise's history?
Yes.
Right?
Julio Jones is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And they gave out his number 11 to their first round. That guy didn't ask for it. I mean, it's not retired. Maybe he did ask for it. They didn't retire it. It's not retired. They just gave out number 11.
Yeah.
This is a player that has 13,000 yards with Atlanta. And
huge, like 1,800-yard seasons. And yeah.
An all-time great. One of the best receivers in football for his entire career.
Again, a quick Google search, like everyone would agree with you that Julio Jones is the best Falcon ever.
Who's second place? Deion Sanders?
Matt Ryan. Oh, Deion.
Matt Ryan.
Didn't Deion leave,
Jesse Tuggle.
Deion left pretty early, though, didn't he?
He didn't play there that many years. Jesse Tuggle. Jamal Anderson.
None of these guys are none of these guys are Julio.
Roddy White.
Good. Michael Turner.
Right.
I'm out.
Matt Anderson. Was there a kicker?
I mean, Vic for
Michael Vick. Okay.
6 years or however long that was.
So
but
anyway,
either way, like that's only 3 years after he's gone. And do you know? Do they have any other retired numbers?
The Falcons?
Yeah, they must not. They must not.
Well, one thing that they do have, they have a Ring of Honor. So there are some teams that do Ring of Honor and retired numbers. Like the Bills have the Wall of Fame, but only 3 retired numbers. Yeah. Bruce, Thurman, and Jim.
Yeah.
Josh Allen's number, Josh Allen's above Ring of Honor. Josh is retire it.
Right, he'll be the last person to ever wear 17.
Yeah, you would think, if they're going to continue in that way. So some teams have a Ring of Honor. The Falcons don't officially retire numbers. They do have numbers that are rarely seen. 6, 31, and 10 haven't been worn by Falcons players since certain players wore those numbers. That's Steve Bartkowski is one of these guys, and William Andrews and Tommy Nobis. These are just Falcons guys. Anyway, the Raiders also, I guess, don't retire numbers. But Connor Orr had an idea here for this, where we're going to continue butting up against, there aren't that many numbers. You're running out. And all the receivers are moving into the single digits because, well, a lot of the 80s are taken. And we're seeing linebackers. Terrell Bernard took number 8. So now Matthew Golden of the Packers has to wear number 22. It's number anarchy out there, Joe. And what could you do about retiring numbers? Connor Orr has an idea. You don't like this, you can throw it right back at me. His idea is to basically turn the NFL uniforms into legacy numbers if that number has a guy behind it. So Carter could wear 56, but if you wear 56, it comes with a patch on it. And the patch has, he suggests, Lawrence Taylor's signature. So as the all-time great, you're not having your number never seen again. Right. Instead, anytime your number is seen, you are being honored.
Yeah.
The idea, some franchises have this, some schools have this. In Connor's article, he's a Syracuse guy, he points out Syracuse lacrosse, 22 is a very special number in Syracuse lacrosse. In basketball, 44. You know, some programs, Jerry Jones has treated 88 like this. He wanted CeeDee Lamb to wear 88.
Yeah.
And the idea that Connor Orr has is there's a patch. Okay, what happens when a second guy makes that number great? That signature goes on the patch too. So now it's Michael Irvin, CeeDee Lamb. And if you are wearing 88, you are honoring them.
Right.
In a way that right now, you just don't see the number for a retired number.
It's pretty good.
It's an interesting point to say, we honor these numbers.
And it keeps these numbers in circulation where, I mean, I'm looking at a list right now of teams, and like every team's retired numbers. And there are 2 teams really that this is like going to be a problem for. Chicago and the Giants. The Giants have 13 retired numbers. The Bears have 14 retired numbers that are out of circulation. And like, I guess it'll take some time before you start getting up to like 20, right? But when you retire that many, I just like, okay, 61, 66, 56, 50, like all these numbers for the Bears are just like gone. So I don't know. The loosening of number rules, though, by the NFL might also help that. But, yeah, I like the idea of keeping them in circulation in some way, shape, or form. And, like, not just eliminating it forever.
I think it's a fair, if nothing else, it's a fair point to say it's a strange way to honor it by never seeing it.
Yeah. Does the player have to be good also? We're not saying that.
You're not necessarily saying that.
Like, you're not giving a practice squad guy a 56.
Well, if they went to this,
the Giants,
if they went to this system instead, maybe you are, but you're Abdul Carter. You say, I want 56. I want to wear that name on. I'll wear Lawrence Taylor's name every day of my life that I'm playing for this team because that's my way to honor this player. I want to be like that guy. So it's interesting. The Giants, you said, like all those retired numbers. They're one of these franchises that have retired numbers where you have to Google who the player was and what they did.
Oh, yeah. Like, no, they're looking at...
Tiny Boop Squiggs Shorterly is retired for playing, split end.
The year... They have 13 retired numbers. These are the years that those people retired, like from their careers. 1935, 1943, 1945, 2019, that's Eli. 93, that's Sims. 1945, 1964, 1964, 1944, 1972, 1961, 1947, 1993.
Yeah, the Giants had a couple rough decades in there, it would appear.
Holy cow, though. Like, of the 13, what is that, 10 of them are like pre-merger?
Right.
Pre-merger. Yeah, that's tough. Just be a little more cautious also if you don't want to do the honoring thing or something like that, or what Jerry Jones does. Just don't honor a million numbers. Which I guess is what the Falcons are doing.
Well, the one of the answers to this is the Ring of Honor. Your number's not retired, but your name's on the stadium.
Yeah.
Tony in Tennessee. Hey, Tony, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. I haven't framed this perfectly yet, so bear with me. But I'm frustrated with Brandon Beane and how he's formulating the team. Just not really swinging for the fences. So my question is this. Assuming that they both finished their careers with Buffalo, Josh and Brandon, what number of Super Bowls do they have to win for Brandon to not consider to be a failure, but Josh, his entire tenure there? I think if Josh wins at least one Super Bowl, he'll go down as for sure one of the best ever. But if they only win one together, Brandon Beane, I would consider him, a failure with Josh the whole time.
Yeah, I think the answer is one. This is there is another example of this, and that's Jim Irsay, who said he kind of viewed the Peyton Manning era as a little disappointing because they only got one. Which, you're not saying Manning is the disappointment, I don't think.
No, but you're saying...
But you're not wrong. You had Brady got $1 million, and you got one, and for you to say that's a little disappointing, it doesn't exactly hit you right, maybe, but
no,
it doesn't have to be wrong.
It doesn't when you have a championship, but I understand it. To me...
You would take that disappointment.
One can be an underachievement.
Yes.
If the player is good enough, one can be. The Packers have underachieved. They had 30 years of Hall of Fame quarterback play.
Rodgers and
they won
Favre.
Twice.
Yeah.
That's great. They each got one, but that's an underachievement. You get 3 decades straight of Hall of Fame quarterback. The Cavaliers, Cleveland fans would, I'm sure, never regret how that all went. They won. They got their title. They hadn't had one in 50 years. You had the best player of all time for 12 years, and you won once.
He won a bunch elsewhere.
That's an underachievement.
Right. And underachievements also come in concert with overachievements. What do you have from Brady? He overachieved. And Mahomes is on pace to very much overachieve and steal from some of the others.
This is not to say that everyone listening wouldn't sign up for one right now.
Right, of course.
If I asked you right now, you get one, but you only get one. Every single person is saying absolutely sign up, run dotted line. But what's proper? What would you say is proper achievement for how good Allen is?
2.
2 or 3 would be what I would say.
I'll settle at 2. He's good enough to have 2.
Okay.
I
think he's good.
There's not a lot of guys that have 2.
No, and there's very few who have 3. How many have 3? Brady has 3. Montana has 3.
Here's who has 2. Elway 2.
Okay.
Plunkett, Elway, Staubach, Starr, Greasy, Roethlisberger, Eli, Peyton. 2. He should get 2.
Isn't he above a lot of those guys?
3 is Mahomes, Aikman, your guy.
Ugh.
4 is Bradshaw, Montana, and 7 is Brady.
3. I can't believe he has 3. Who let that happen?
Again, we're not getting greedy for 2. The answer is 1. The answer is 1. But if you have 16 years of one of the top 2 quarterbacks and you only get 1, for someone to say that's an underachievement, like Jim Irsay did effectively say that, and I think you could defend that point if you wanted to go there, but I think everybody would take 1.
Everybody would take 1. I would take 1. Everybody would take 1.
Take 1. Maybe this year. It'd be great. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Coming up, more of your phone calls on this if you want to talk about Gabe or some of the retired number stuff. Also,
I've got some trivia too.
Yes, we've got to do Gabe trivia.
Yeah.
Gabe trivia. Yeah, whatever. We'll have a bunch of fun. Hang out. Paul, is this the kind of move you might have expected? This shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. As the Sabres want to beef up their front office and maybe give Adams more minds to bounce things off of, more of a collaborative, whatever it might be. Adams needs bodies in the room to work with him.
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, it didn't really hit me as, oh, this is awful or this is great. It's fine. I mean, basically listening to Eric Staal talk with Martin Barone and Brian Duff, it's almost and other teams have done this. It reminds me a little bit about when Daniel Briere went to the Philadelphia Flyers. It's almost like he's there for an internship. I mean, Staal, when the guys asked him about what he'll be doing, he basically said, whatever they want me to do, I'm going to be there next week, and I'm just going to be like a sponge, listening and learning learning the front office and every aspect of it. And he goes, whatever they ask me to do, I'll do. And he does bring experience, that's for sure. He's a very smart player when he played, and he it wasn't that long ago that he just retired, so he knows the league very well. He knows the players he played against and with very well, so he can help from that standpoint also. And that's what the Flyers did with Briere. They brought him in and basically taught him every aspect of a front office operation. Then they made him the general manager of their minor league team, but he actually went there and lived in the city, which, Carmanos doesn't do with the Sabres, and it looks like maybe he might not be back. He more was, doing things remotely. So, I could see maybe Staal. I don't know if he would be the GM of the Amerks right off the bat, just coming into the organization. But, I could see him, moving into a role like that eventually. But, it's fine.
Is it earlier right now than most normal 6 o'clocks? I know 6 o'clock is pretty standard, but it feels early.
Is it wait, what?
You know how the real feel? We should do that with time. It's 17, but the real feel is 7. It's 6 a.m., but the real feel to me is like 5:15. Feels earlier.
A time real feel.
Yeah, time real feel. The same thing happens when, can you believe it's already June?
Yeah.
That's you saying it feels like it's mid-May.
That happens more with days of the week, doesn't it, than anything?
Okay, so it's Thursday, but the real feel is Tuesday.
Is Tuesday.
If we can do it with temperature, why can't we do it with other things?
Yeah, just do real feel with everything.
Right, the Bills won by 7, but the real feel was like 15.
See, now that's a good idea.
The real feel?
I really like that. Like yesterday, we referenced that Bills-Bengals game where the Bills only lost by 6 in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
remember that?
But the real feel was like 11.
Was that they lost by like 20.
Okay.
In that game, the real feel was 38-18.
Right.
For that football game.
The real feel of the perfect game against New England, They won by 30, but the real feel was 100.
Yeah.
Because they were so perfect that day.
Yeah, real feel 98-3 might have been the real feel.
I like
that
it.
Game. I like sports real feel.
We should use this. All right. Put it on the table for the next Sabres game. They win a game.
Could do it for players, too. Like, I don't know how many goals Jack Quinn scored last year, but the real feel was 4.
Right.
The real feel on Jack Quinn goals last season was 4, but he probably scored, 12? Something like that.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
The real feel.
Yeah, more real feel in life. All right.
I'm sold.
He scored 15, by the way, last year.
I would not have guessed that.
15 goals.
But the real feel is
6.
Okay, 6.
Yeah, bump him up to 6 a little bit. Not something I ever thought of, but I'm in. Anything. Let's throw it in to sports.
I'm trying to think of like another really good example where this would apply.
The real feel on Liverpool winning the title was actually like 30 points, and it was only like a 12-point difference. All right, instant trivia. We've been talking Gabe Davis today. Gabe Davis is one of 6 players to have 5 or more playoff touchdowns receiving since 2020. Who are the other 5?
Not Bills, just everybody?
Everybody. So Davis entered the league in 2020. He has 6 receiving touchdowns in the playoffs. There are 5 others with 5 or more.
Travis Kelce?
He has some of the most with 14.
All right.
Nobody else has more than 6.
Okay.
But Kelce has 14.
5 or more playoff touchdowns, basically since the Gabe Davis game?
Yeah. The year before, even.
A.J. Brown?
5, yep.
Travis Kelce, A.J. Brown. Boy. How about... Is there a running back on this list?
Nope.
Okay. Tight end?
There's
another one?
There's one tight end.
Mark Andrews?
Nope.
Kittle?
Nope.
Another tight end, not Kelce.
I'm trying to think of a hint that I could give you that wouldn't give it away. He's not like one of the best tight ends in football.
Dawson Knox.
Yes. I was going to say we played golf with him, but that would have been very easy.
He is a playoff performer. Like the Bills go to him in the playoffs all the time.
6 touchdowns in the playoffs for Knox. And then you have 2 other veteran receivers.
Mike Evans.
Mike Evans with 6.
And the other one is going to be 5 touchdowns or more in the playoffs. The other one is going to be...
I believe this receiver... Yes, he did. He won Super Bowl MVP. He's a Super Bowl MVP winning wide receiver.
Cooper
Kupp. Kelsey Davis, Evans, Kupp, Knox, and A.J. Brown.
2 Bills.
2 Browns. Or 2 Bills, yep. One other
Josh Allen
Bill.
is pretty good.
Marquez Valdes-Scantling just missing the list by 1. But yeah. Yeah, Allen's thrown a lot of touchdowns, so that works.
All right. 803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Some trivia.
How about, by the way, on this list, I'm scrolling down. Diggs and Curtis Samuel have the same number?
1.
2.
2.
Samuel had a second one?
He had one against the Broncos.
Unless he had one not for the Bills? No, it must have been for the Bills. Anyways.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. Final hour, we're going to check in as a goalie on Connor Hellybuyck because he did something that Owen described as insane.
Mm-hmm.
Insane. So we'll check in with our goalie chatter here. And plenty more to come. You can join us on the phones. On Gabe Davis, as an idea, we'll reset that because, it seems like a feasible idea, among other things. 803-0550 on WGR. Paul, is this the kind of move you might have expected? This shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. Is this the Sabres want to beef up their front office and maybe give Adams more minds to bounce things off of, more of a collaborative, whatever it might be. Like Adams needs bodies in the room to work with him.
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, it didn't really hit me as, oh, this is awful or this is great. It's fine. I mean, basically listening to Eric Staal talk with Martin Barone and Brian Duff, it's almost and other teams have done this. It reminds me a little bit about when Daniel Briere went to the Philadelphia Flyers. It's almost like he's there for an internship. I mean, Staal, when the guys asked him about what he'll be doing, he basically said, whatever they want me to do, I'm going to be there next week, and I'm just going to be like a sponge, like listening and learning learning the front office and every aspect of it. And he goes, whatever they ask me to do, I'll do. And he does bring experience, that's for sure. He's a very smart player when he played, and he it wasn't that long ago that he just retired, so he knows the league very well. He knows the players he played against and with very well, so he can help from that standpoint also. And that's what the Flyers did with Briere. They brought him in and basically taught him every aspect of a front office operation. Then they made him the general manager of their minor league team, but he actually went there and lived in the city, which Carmanos doesn't do with the Sabres, and it looks like maybe he might not be back. He more was doing things remotely, so I could see maybe Staal. I don't know if he would be the GM of the Amerks right off the bat, just coming into the organization. But, I could see him, moving into a role like that eventually. But, it's fine.
What could make them feel better? We are at this question, which we get to quite often. What could make you feel better? And the answer always is just win. Just win more games.
And I do think on a smaller scale, like Saravelli and then Friedman saying earlier in the day that they are looking for a experienced GM to come be a senior advisor,
like Rick Dudley, somebody like that.
And Dudley is the first name that I think anybody should think of because he lives locally, and his official title right now with the Florida Panthers is senior advisor to the Florida Panthers. He's doing the exact job. Is it job? Is
Sure.
he just there to the GM to pick his ear?
Just
once in a
basically
while?
hop on different Zoom calls now?
Sure, right. Like whatever that job actually entails, Dudley does it for the Panthers. So would that make people feel better? I mean, it would make me feel a little better. Oh, a guy that has been a GM, I think 3 times in the NHL is now in the organization. All right. Into that.
Yep.
Like that to me would be
credibility. You're looking
the
for
thing,
credibility.
Credibility. That would be the thing you need in the front office more than anything. Eric Staal is going to work there, and like again, I don't really think that changes much at all. But if you get a guy in there that's done the job a bunch of times, I can't believe that wouldn't help a little bit. There's no one in there right now that has. Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Toronto wins again against Florida, a 2-0 series lead after a 4-3 win at home. Now the series shifts to Florida. Stars win over the Jets. Mikko Rantanen scored another hat trick. That's back-to-back games with one. The first time that's been done in 40 years. He's only the third player ever to score hat tricks in back-to-back playoff games. Tonight, Hurricanes Capitals at 7. Oilers Golden Knights at 9:30. Carolina and Edmonton lead their series 1-0. Eric Staal has been hired by the Buffalo Sabres as a special assistant to the general manager. He will report to Kevin Adams. There is also reporting about the Sabres looking for a senior advisor that has GM experience to work in the front office. In the NBA, the Knicks had another 20-point comeback against the Celtics, who missed 13 shots in a row in the fourth quarter. Knicks win by 1 late. Thunder went over the Nuggets, 149-106. That series tied up at 1-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yes, senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker, who has told us 7 against on 29 shots. That's bad.
Yeah, controversial, right?
As a goalie, you'd say that's bad.
Yeah,
it's a bad night.
This is why I'm here. I'm here to really get into the nitty-gritty and break it down for us.
Perfect. So, in the NHL last night, real quick here, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Winnipeg played again, and if you've been following Winnipeg, they made it through in 7 games, and in the first round, Connor Hellybuyck, who is the best goalie in the world, fair?
Yeah, he's top 3 for sure.
He gave up 10 goals over expected in the series, and they survived. So he made it through. And Marty Baron was tweeting about this yesterday. New pads.
Yeah.
So Hellybuyck switched his pads. They lost 3-2, but a pad change mid-playoff.
Which, without knowing, seems crazy.
As a goalie...
Yeah, it's definitely a move that you have sort of real far in the back pocket, I think. As a goalie, you go, like, that's real far down the list of, like, I'm kind of hurting. I got to find something to switch up. And, like, new pads is at the very bottom of that list in my head.
This is like when you have a real tough golf shot and you're like, what if I hit this left-handed?
Right.
Like that far down the ledger.
Yeah, it's you know what? Maybe new grips will stop me from slicing this thing off the plane.
Careful, I'm actually doing that.
Literally. Just
maybe we'll get there too.
I don't have new grips. It's just a spray to clean my grips. All right. Yeah. Anyway,
but I mean, his pad setup in and of itself is kind of a monstrosity.
So what does he do that's different?
He's got these really old, I believe that they're Reebok P4 cores that he just
obviously everybody knows that.
Right? Yeah, they were. This tells you how old they were. They were the first goalie pad that when I started playing, I was like, I want these. Was the Reebok like? So I was like 12, and I'm 23 now.
Yeah.
So that's the age of pad that he's wearing, just reskinned on whatever new true stuff that they have. And so it's not completely changing his equipment setup in this fresh set. It's just those are going to be stiff, new, fresh pads that I'm assuming he put on because he needed to completely reset everything about his game after everything we saw in the first round, because it was horrible, as we've mentioned here. But it's not a good sign to me about where he's at mentally, that he's like, I gotta put new pads on.
Doesn't it say a lot about his psyche?
I was gonna say, if you had seen that going in, you'd have bet Dallas. Like,
100%.
Yeah.
Under on Hellybuyck saves, over in goals in the game, which all probably would have been wrong at this point. I mean, it was only 3.
He gave up 2 on 24 shots, I think was the number.
Yeah, he played fine.
Yeah, not terrible.
Not dominant heart level Vezina MVP of his team, Connor Hellybuyck, like they've wanted for this entire playoff run.
Meanwhile, checking on the NHL playoffs, while Toronto's down there starting goaltender, the backup has had a nice year.
Oh yeah, Wall's a player. Like going into this year with them, that was not their sort of plan. I think they wanted Wall to be their number one, and Stolarz was going to be a spot duty, sort of what we're looking for with a guy with Levi, like we talk about. And it just happened that Stolarz had a career year and has been playing unbelievable. Wall looks great. I mean, that save he made in the third, did you guys see the skate save?
Yeah.
On like the 3-on-1. Oh, that was a groin blower right there. That was serious. And that's the game and probably the series.
Groin blower.
Yeah.
Careful.
So one stat I just looked up about Hellybuyck, because last night, so he let 3 goals in on 24 shots.
Yeah.
He has not had, for a single game, a 900 save percentage or greater.
Yeah.
He's had a 900 save percentage or greater in one of his last 17 playoff games.
Well, here's another number for you. Of all the goalies in
an off game, he didn't have 1 goal on 18 shots.
He didn't completely melt. It still wasn't very good.
Right.
So I'm at moneypuck.com for goalies, and there's goals save above expected, which does count how many games you play. But how about per 60 minutes, so per game?
Right.
Goals save above expected per 60. Second worst right now is Aiden Hill. at a half a goal a game. Aiden Hill's costing Vegas a half a goal a game, which I think definitely happened in Game 1 against Edmonton when they're protecting that lead. He had at least one he wants back. Anyway, Hellybuyck is the worst, and he is at 1.2 goals per game above expected against.
He's
giving up more than a goal a game above expected per game.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing stuff, really. Like, for anybody to have that stat line, anybody in the league, any NHL goalie to have that stat line is shocking, and for it to be Hellybuyck at his caliber is just, it's mind-numbing.
Best goal in these playoffs, Caps Logan Thompson, Freddie Anderson, and Markstrom got knocked out, Ottinger.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right.
Did you guys see, how about that embellishment call last
So
night?
here's
Can we
what
talk about that?
can I attempt a funny joke on that? Evan Rodriguez got blasted in the boards, got an embellishment. Got 2 minutes for embellishing. Then had to go to the room.
Right.
Like went to the locker room for attention for the injury that he was ruled to have embellished on. And I feel like if you're going to call embellishment for a guy for getting blasted and he goes to the room, that should up the penalty to 4 minutes. Like, oh, you're trying to sell us.
You're doubling down? All right, we're going to double down too.
I said it was fake. You're going to get attention from the trainer, 4 minutes.
How about you're just shorthanded until he comes back?
Right.
So if he leaves the game, you're like he's out of the game. You're shorthanded for the rest of the game.
That's tough
because you think he's faking.
I just couldn't believe no call on the hit itself. On who was that? Carlo that laid that hit. I think
Lawton,
Scott
Lawton,
and then Dave Jackson coming on and saying the hit is that's not a bad hit.
Rules analyst Dave Jackson. Dude, I didn't see his take.
What? He came on the broadcast and said it doesn't it's not violent enough of a play. It's the definition of boarding.
Hockey officiating is in the playoffs. Is just there's no science to it whatsoever.
Listen,
nothing.
Hockey in the playoffs. People love it for this, love it or hate it, but mostly hockey fans love it. Yeah. It's like wrestling with a no rules wrestling match. It's a cage match. It's you can do the stuff you weren't allowed to do before. Now you can do that, and we're just going to treat it like the same sport.
Right, and I know that's what everybody loves. Oh, it's so tough. But like that, Rodriguez could have been in a real bad situation on that hit. He got his hands up, which is probably what got him the embellishment penalty somehow.
Yeah,
that he got his hands up to block most of the blow into the boards. But if he goes in and he's got his hands back and he goes head first into the boards and that 3 feet away, shoved in the back, off balance. That's asking for a catastrophic neck injury to happen. And Dave Jackson goes on and says that's fine. I could not believe that from him. Mm-hmm. And from the league, like I would be surprised if somebody from the league doesn't call him today and go, that wasn't very good. Because that's the hit that you never want a kid making that play and laying that hit. And you just told however many million kids across Canada and the U.S., that's a legal play to make. And that's dangerous. Super dangerous.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us if you want. Playoffs tonight. It has been we mentioned earlier, the year of the comeback in both the NHL and the NBA in these playoffs.
Yeah, it has.
Watch this segue. So is it a comeback for Gabe Davis on the horizon?
Wow, that's a professional radio man right there with that.
You can give us a call if you want. You've been sold on the idea since
I think I have been.
The conversation started.
Yesterday, my instinct was, I'm good. I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't, just whatever. Because really, I'll say this: if they did sign him, I would not have much expectation.
No,
like to me, who did I say this about recently? It was Pickens, maybe. That if your job or what makes you valuable as a receiver is your downfield receiving game, and you are not a burner, I question how long you can do that. How long you can get away with that in the NFL. I don't doubt that Gabe Davis is good at it and knows what it takes to win down the field. But you are a 4.55 40 guy. And when you start to pile up injuries and get closer and closer to 30 years old, and that 4.55 drops just a little bit now to a 4.65, how much separation are you getting down the field for me? So to me, his value would be in other areas. It would be in mentorship to Keon Coleman. It maybe would be in special teams. It would be in his physicality as a blocker in the run game, trust with Josh Allen. But Like, what was his career high for the Bills? 700 yards? Did he get to 800 ever?
I think he might have gotten to, like, real close.
Like, I'd be surprised if he came to the Bills, I'd be surprised if he had half of what his career high is. 836 yards? I'd be surprised if he did. Like, to me, the limit would be what Matt Collins did last year.
Well, that's one of the funny things about expectation versus what you actually deliver. We were joking at the earliest part of the show about real feel in sports, right? Real feel. Mac Hollins receiving last year. If you were to ask 100 Bills fans, how many yards did Mac Hollins have receiving last year? What was his stat line? I don't know. I mean, we can't ask 100 Bills fans, but wouldn't you think the answer is like 500, 600?
Yes.
The real feel is Mac Hollins had a 500, 600-yard season.
Yes.
What do you have?
378.
378. Listen, it's part of everybody eats. That's okay. It's just that, to me, is a point about we expected nothing. And then he showed up and had 378 and 5 touchdowns. You're like, that guy had a heck of a year. Whereas,
because no one was expecting him to even play on offense when he first got here.
Right. Which, let's do the other way. Dalton Kincaid, on his stats, what was the real feel for what Kincaid did? Like, I don't know, like 400 yards, 500 yards. He did 448, and what would we say? Not good enough. He also missed a bunch of games. Like, Kincaid was on a pace that really wasn't that far off his number from the year before. His yards per catch went up for Kincaid.
Yeah, because they were more down.
They were more down the field.
Yeah.
So,
relative to, rookie year, they was all so short.
That's right.
It was hard not to go up a little bit in like average depth of target and some of those categories.
Yeah, it's just a point to drive that like expectation will fuel what you think about.
Right.
The result.
Right. So like that would be where I would start with Davis. My expectation would be low. Like he is a role player. He is not coming in, and to me, I don't even consider the possibility that he would come in and go back to being like their number 2 receiver he was when he left.
No, not at all.
Like his upside to me, that's why my instinct was I don't really need it, because I feel like they've just signed a guy in Elijah Moore where the upside is he could be your number 2 or your number 3 if he puts it all together, because there's a skill set there. Davis, to me, the upside is mentorship and role playing and just kind of giving a baseline there at the receiver
There's
position.
also a point. Let's pretend for a moment this is this time last year. Yes, they should bring in Gabe Davis.
Yeah, I would.
They did not have Josh Palmer. The outside options, of course, were Mac Hollins and MVS.
Right. Like, would he have been any less productive than Amari Cooper was?
Right. This time last year, again, when he signed for 13 or whatever he got in Jacksonville, if he had just been cut and he was free for the Bills to have, this time last year, yes, they should probably do it because they should try to see if they can capture some of the old magic. But that is, to me, a point between the differences between last year's group and this year's group. This year, they have addressed it more. They have done more in that department. So Davis has a tougher time getting on the team. And again, like, what does he want to do? We talked about it with Sal. Sal's take was basically, I don't think there should be hate for the idea. It would be, low risk. And last time this all went down when Gabe signed in Jacksonville, Sal basically said that there was interest from Pittsburgh. There was interest from Chicago. The latest out of Pittsburgh, Andrew Filipponi has tweeted about this, that sources have told him the Packers have inquired about Romeo Doubs.
Mm-hmm.
Packers receiver who maybe is more available. The Packers drafted 2. And are going to maybe trade Romeo Doubs to Pittsburgh because Aaron Rodgers played with Doubs and he's going to want him. He's good, Doubs.
He's very good.
Do you know
they have a loaded room now? I think Christian Watson's going to be the one they want to trade.
Well, it might end up being Doubs.
Okay. I think Doubs is a better player.
The Packers are, one thing about like the Packers, and if they do that, their commitment financially to receivers, they just draft 2. They're spending no money on receivers at all. None. They're all so young and so cheap. Yeah, it's all picks. Jaden Reed might get paid, maybe when that time comes.
Year or 2.
He's pretty good, but it's just like nothing at all spent. They have their entire receiver core for, I don't know, maybe like $10 million. I looked at it the other day. So maybe Dobbs gets traded to Pittsburgh, Pickens goes to Dallas, and off we go. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Gabe Davis.
He'll have to get 13 back.
Should they bring him back because he does the Conor McGregor walk better than anyone else on earth? He does it.
He does do it pretty well.
He's elite.
He does. Now that
he does it better than McGregor. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, the original source of it.
I mean, Gabe is a massive success story for the Bills. For Bean.
He is. I mean, he had a couple big playoff games. It wasn't
Indianapolis his rookie season. Indianapolis.
Indy,
He become that's before big play. Gabe was toe tapping Gabe.
Toe tapping Gabe
on the sideline, making big catches against Indianapolis.
Yep. And then he has over 100 yards in the Miami playoff game against Skylar Thompson. So he had a big stat line against them.
Controversial for the Dolphins to have Skylar Thompson cover Gabe Davis, but they did. No, sorry.
It was a success. I mean, there was a point where I thought he was going to be awesome. It might have even been before the Chief game. It really was, because what I remember about Davis was that through the first 2 years, he was not a full-time starter.
No, he was behind John Brown or Emmanuel Sanders.
When everybody was healthy.
Yep.
There were times he started because Brown couldn't stay healthy, and then Sanders aged out and he got hurt. But in large part for 2 years, he wasn't a full-time starter. And his efficiency was like historically good.
Yep.
It was crazy good. And then that led up to the Chief game, and it was... that was not a lucky game for him. They couldn't cover him. Well, in part because they chose to cover Diggs, right?
Right.
And Diggs did, I remember media after that saying, like, that was a success. Like, that worked.
Diggs
like,
also propped
they
him up.
doubled me all day, and they paid so much attention to me that they thought that one dude on the other side could cover Gabe Davis. And listen, like, right now, that probably would work.
They also lost their starting safety in that game, of course.
They did, that's right. But they put that corner out on an island against him. And over Gabe Davis' career, it feels like there would be times where that would work. In that game, he cooked that dude over and over. The touchdown he catches on 4th and 13, which is before the Tyreek Hill touchdown. There's a different camera view of Davis in that corner. It's one-on-one man coverage. He jab steps him left, and the corner falls down.
Yeah, falls down, spins out.
And that's why he's wide open in the end zone. Because he made the dude like a head jerk and like a step to the left. He made that corner think he was going to the outside, and that corner just fell down.
One thing
he was James Harden going back to 3-point line.
One thing you see if you go watch that game and his plays, like Gabe's not known as a separator. He was open.
Yeah, he was getting open.
He was dusting that dude over the top in front. He was getting open. And, whatever, not to rehash old history, and I've got a funny thing to share about the Steelers for you here, but, for those that kind of maybe just found the show in the last 2 weeks and think we only talked receiver this draft, which we kind of really didn't, I'd been talking about a receiver with Gabe, with Diggs and Davis, and it never should have been Sherfield and McKenzie. That was a spot to onboard somebody else, and we probably would have never had a train for 3-4 years because there were spots in there that they could have done that. They elevated Davis, and he was good.
You wanted this receiving core with Diggs at the top of it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
When Trent Sherfield had to start a playoff game.
Because Davis was hurt.
Right.
The
linebackers always come up first for that game because AJ Klein had to start that game. How about the fact that Trent Sherfield had to start that football game?
Yeah, because Davis was hurt.
A Chiefs playoff game. Yeah.
So the Rodgers and Steelers stuff is going to pick up because whether it's Rodgers didn't want to play with Pickens, think about it.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Rodgers worked out with DK Metcalf. They went and they had a throwing session. He did not work out with Pickens for whatever reason. Maybe the invite was there. Maybe it didn't happen. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Clay, ESPN, NFL.com. Where's Mike Clay? Mike Clay's ESPN NFL writer. He wrote, Steelers offensive projections assuming Aaron Rodgers signs.
Okay.
This one's fun.
Which would be very different, I think, than if Mason Rudolph was their quarterback.
Yes. He has, you want to guess Rodgers' stat line?
He's got Rodgers for 3,500 yards.
3,507.
22 touchdowns and 8 picks.
17 and 10. 17 touchdowns, 10 picks.
17 and 10 is not that good.
Which, listen, if there's anything I want and I need in my life, it's Aaron Rodgers to return to the Steelers and lead them to 9 wins on the strength of 17 touchdown passes and then go to a playoff game and lose by 40. There are
the same season every year.
There are warm blankets in our sports lives, and the Steelers having a 17 touchdown performance from their quarterback, a 9-8 season, and getting absolutely waxed in the playoffs is a chocolate chip cookie by a fire for me.
Uh-huh.
Just Make me feel good. I want that so bad.
Right, we want. We actually should be rooting for them a little bit this year because we want them to win 8 or 9 games.
Maybe.
I don't want them.
Yeah.
I don't need the Steelers getting the first overall pick. I think next year's quarterback class is supposed to be good, by the way.
Yeah,
and it's in Pittsburgh. I don't need them celebrating that. Number 1 pick in your hometown, picking your future quarterback.
Yep.
You can't do that if you win 8 games.
That's right. Speaking of that, I saw a story that the Ravens are putting in for, it's at ProFootballTalk.com. The Ravens are putting in for the draft in 2029, 30, or 31, which is not a surprise. Washington's going to host 27. The Bills have asked about 28 or 29, and here are the Ravens asking for 29, 30, 31. I wonder about the touring draft process if everybody doesn't just kind of agree. Sure, yeah, you guys take it this year. We'd like to do 29, 30, 31. And then another team thinks we'd like to host it. Let's say it's going to be Philadelphia, or did Philly already host one? Or it's going to be the Carolina Panthers, whoever. And they see, all right, well, the Bills have asked for 28, 29. The Ravens have asked for 29, 30. Let's ask for 31 or 32. The idea being that it's not going to be cutthroat competitive. It's just teams kind of line up and take a turn. Like when the Bills say they want to do it, should we just fully expect that that's going to happen? Because I think just reading this headline, that kind of got me there. Like, oh, okay, the Bills will get theirs, and then the Ravens will get theirs, and then someone will ask for 30 and 31 because the Ravens aren't shooting for 28, and that's still 3 years away.
Yeah.
To push it to 29 almost indicates that they're deferring, like Buffalo's already on that one. They want it. And I think that we're gonna see the league give it to them. So we're not going to fight them for that bid. We're just going to go after them.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. When we get back, sometimes we talk draft strategy, sometimes we talk hot dogs. And there's an idea from the Milwaukee Brewers that the Buffalo Sabres, if they did this, it might be their best move of the entire offseason. Hot dog chatter next. The idea of Gabe to the Bills. Give us a ring on that. If you got room for Gabe? I wouldn't say it's a bad idea. I don't have a problem with it. I mean,
what's the downside?
Sure, right, that's what I mean.
I don't think there is.
Is Xavier Johnson, who's far enough down the depth chart that would be pushed out by this? Like
Xavier Johnson.
He was on the team last year, maybe. Ohio State wide receiver.
Yeah,
Caden Prather doesn't get the
Hamler.
snaps he needs.
Yeah.
At the risk of talking receiver, Davis is a player who was popular. He does feel like he like many others, when you leave, it's thanks for your services and you aren't good enough to stay. I saw a little bit of what he did there in Jacksonville is another sign of how Allen can bring out the best in players, because Allen probably got as much out of Davis as he probably could. It's hard to envision anybody getting out of Davis what he had here in his 4 years. It's also obvious that when Davis did that, he's on a rookie contract. There's tremendous value.
Yeah,
Davis was a great player for the Bills from a value standpoint. You got your drops here and there, but he was great. At $20 million, you don't want anything to do with that. But again, he'd be basically free because of what he's already making and what teams in the league are going to pay. Pittsburgh, the Giants, does he want an opportunity, or is the Bills a good place for him to land? He's everything they want players to be. I mentioned in the first segment one area where he might help them in that he's got vertical speed down the field, and no one has had better chemistry down the field with Josh Allen than Gabe. Put that aside. Would it not be good? Would the Bills not see value in trying to convince him to come here to say, why don't you show young Keon Coleman NFL life? What you do, NFL, your process, your offseason, your training camp, your dedication. Coleman is a young player learning to be a pro. That's kind of what they said about him when they were disappointed how he came back and what he had to learn there. So, who would teach him better than the guy that the Bills consistently gave an award to for the way he prepared?
brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 Sedan, named finalist for the 2025 North American
Hot dogs! Hot dog!
How about the gourmet here? You know what he wanted? Hot dogs.
Hot dogs, yep.
You know what they make those things out of, huh, Chet? You know?
Hot dogs! Get your hot dogs! Hot dogs!
Have you seen The Great Outdoors yet?
No.
All right. Okay. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Hot dog chatter. So we have an idea for the Buffalo Sabres. Free idea.
That we've stolen from another team.
All right, we're not going to tell you how to run your hockey department, but we might have some hot dog ideas. So I found today a story about the Milwaukee Brewers, and there was some sort of controversy about their hot dog club.
Mm-hmm.
To which...
A hot dog club.
Right. My reaction was, I'm sorry, hot dog club?
Yeah.
What's a hot dog club? There was something where there was a glitch, and people were being charged for ketchup, $1 for ketchup, and there was a dust-up. But anyway, that's not the story. The story is they have a hot dog club. So how's the hot dog club work at Brewers games? You become a hot dog club member, and you get to have a hot dog at every Brewers game for free. It's not free. You're paying for a membership.
Yeah, yeah.
But for $60, you become a hot dog VIP and get a hot dog at every home game you go to. You get a trucker hat that says Milwaukee Brewers Hot Dog Club.
Yep. Which is awesome.
Something that says member-only experiences. I've not found exactly what the member-only experience is. Top dog recognition for most hot dogs redeemed, which means there's a hot dog king or queen.
Wow.
At the end of the season, we'll know if somebody ate 180 or whatever. There's only 81 home games. Who ate 81 hot dogs? Hot dog club.
Yeah.
So the idea for the Sabres is this. They do a hot dog of the day, and it's like $15. It's an expensive dog. So maybe $60 isn't right. But what about a hot dog club for the Sabres? It includes a hot dog for every game.
Yeah.
Now you can make it kind of like there was a bar when I was in college where they had a Beers of the World tour, and you got a hole punch for every beer that you drank around the world, and then you got your name on the wall once you drank all of them.
Yeah.
This was long ago, like before the craft beer thing, so it was unique to have a lot of different beers. Do it with hot dogs. The hot dog club, the Sabres Hot Dog Club, $100,
gotta do
and
it.
that includes every hot dog of the day.
Right.
For every game you go to.
Custom hot dogs.
Or
not custom, but you're like special.
You're paying the hot dog of the day is like $15. So you're 7 dogs in, you're paying. It's paid for itself.
Yes. Yeah.
For the Brewers, and if you get a hat in there, it's even better. $60 for the Brewers. The hat is what? $20?
Yep.
So I've got to justify $40 worth of hot dogs at all my Brewers games.
Yeah.
How many hot dogs is that? 5?
It's not many.
7?
Yeah.
It's paid for itself. Membership fee to order hot dogs. Sabres, let's go.
Gotta do this.
What's some member exclusive things that they could do?
That's what I really got to find out.
Make your own hot dog?
I've really got to find out what the member-only experiences are for the hot dog club.
What about like haven't there been baseball teams that have had hot dog cannons?
Yes.
We could do like a hot dog cannon on top of a Zamboni. And if you're part of the hot dog club, like everyone gets their own home game. It's like, hey, January 7th against the Stars, Jeremy's going to be riding the Zamboni first intermission, shooting hot dogs at everybody.
These are. I love this idea.
Yeah, that could be a member-only experience.
Member exclusive, you get to shoot the hot dog gun.
Yeah. Got to do it.
Hot dog club, we need it. Or the new stadium, new Bill Stadium, hot dog every day.
Yeah, but it's definitely, I mean, it's a Sabre staple now, isn't it?
Right. It's
a staple of Sabre games.
It's much better for the idea of baseball and or hockey, for that matter.
Because you get it more often.
More games.
Everyone should do it. Or would Buffalo do something like a wing club that's the equivalent of it? A wing club where, although you don't really get wings at games, ever. I never have, at least. They have wings, though, don't they?
At Sabres games? I don't think so. I don't know.
Maybe they don't.
The problem with wings is the
bones.
Yeah. Nobody wants the leftovers of what you ate.
Right.
The great majority, I've never said this or thought this before, but Try it on for size. The great majority of food items you're going to eat at a game involve no waste. It's all going in.
Right.
You got a tray, but other than that, ribs, chicken wings, peanuts. Hold on, peanut shells.
Peanut shells. If you get the 2-foot
Yeah, but
nachos,
that's easy to clean up. Peanut shells are easy to clean up. You just sweep them.
Right, and there's something different if there were just wing bones around the arena.
That's nasty.
You'd be like, I don't want to be a part of this anymore.
That's nasty in comparison. The 2-foot nachos have the big boats you have to figure out how to get rid of.
That's right. Well, yeah, well, the trays.
Yeah, but trays are usually fine.
Those nachos are good.
Yeah, they are.
All right, so anyway, Hot Dog Club, Sabres, go for it. Let's have it. Let's have a Hot Dog Club. Hopefully Eric Stahl's listening. He's got, hey.
This is the new idea.
Just introduce this and say, first order of business, I'm introducing the Eric Stahl Hot Dog Club. And already Joe is softening his stance on Eric Stahl's return.
Yeah, whatever. I'm over it. He works for the team now.
No, he's the guy that brought the hot dogs, the club, to existence.
Listen, he can. If someday, I'll be fine if someday next to his awful 06 Hurricanes Stanley Cup ring, he could put a Sabres Stanley Cup ring next to it. That'd be sweet. Man, that feels like another planet, though, doesn't it? Because I was thinking about that with them the other day. Like, it's kind of like the Bills drought, where your whole existence is just end the drought, end the drought, end the drought. Can we ever see a team with these guys as their best players, like winning rounds?
Sure.
Like going deep into the playoffs? Because that's another existence. You can get lucky, right? Like, the Blues were a second away from pulling off an upset against the number one team in the NHL over the course of the regular season. So it happens. Hockey's usually a little bit more parity. But I don't know. I was thinking about the other day. Like, they're going to break the drought at some point.
Yep.
They're going to do it. It has to happen eventually. They have enough good players where I don't know how long it'll take. It could take another 5 years. But like with Dahlin on the team, they're going to break the drought. But will they ever be a team that goes deep into the playoffs? I mean, we had the stats on Minnesota last week. Minnesota has made the playoffs 11 times since the Sabres have, and they've got out of the first round like once. So a little bit of cross that bridge when you get there, but once upon a time, this team said their sole existence was to win the Stanley Cup. So
does that feel like their sole reason for existence right now?
No, right now their sole existence is to break the playoff.
To make a playoff appearance, yeah.
Yes.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. My wife texted in the Bisons could do the hot dog club, which is right. But yeah, I wonder how many people go to enough Bisons games. Then again, Bisons.
It would get you to go to more Bisons games.
Make a $15 personal hot dog license, and all of a sudden, anytime I go to that game, I get a free hot dog waiting for me. Yeah, I go to more games.
If you're in the area, it's like, what we should do for lunch? Let me see if the Bisons are playing right now.
Yeah.
Dinner and a show.
Want to take a trip down memory lane? Owen just sent me a clip. Yeah, Beat the Dominator Radio the contest. Yeah, there's man, what year is this? Hold on, I'll get you the answer here.
Beat the like Hasek?
Yeah. Okay, the Ottawa series. This was there's Howard, and he sent me a video. It's Howard and me, a young me. Boy, it's 2006.
Howard with a beard in this one.
We had playoff beards.
Oh,
we were grown up playoff beards.
What's that like?
And look at my playoff beard, like non-existent. I was young enough where even growing it out, it didn't really do anything. The video is of a contest. We had a couple different contests for playoff tickets during the Philly series, the Ottawa series, and the Islanders series. I can remember.
Okay.
This is the one of the three I don't remember. Beat the Dominator. It was Hasek cut out in front of the net, and people are shooting pucks at it. And if you did, you got entered to win tickets. This one I don't remember. Two that I do remember. One, we had a gym stakeout steak eating contest, Philly cheesesteak. Mm-hmm. First fastest eater maybe got tickets to the Flyers, right? The cheesesteak tie-in. You can I don't think you can even do contests like that legally anymore. You can't ask people to eat fast. Okay. But back then you could. It was lawless, Joe. It was lawless, I tell you. The other one I remember contest that we ran is the Sabres Islanders series. How old are you for that?
13.
13. You would have been able
12, 13.
You would have been able to do this.
12.
Enter in this contest maybe. That contest we were out at maybe a Manhattan Bagel.
Manhattan Bagel.
Something like it was a bagel store for sure.
Okay.
Bagel store. Or they sell bagels. I guess that is a bagel shop.
Bagel shop.
Okay, whatever.
Got to be bagel shop.
The contest was there was a net and there was another goalie cut out and there was a top corner, and you had to, with a hockey stick, rip a bagel into the top corner of
Wow.
Yes, and if you did,
that is a challenge.
You're one of the finalists to win tickets to the Sabres Islanders game 2.
You were shooting a bagel.
Shooting a bagel. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Whole bagel?
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't sliced?
Whole bagel.
Okay.
Those are the contests I remember.
I feel like that would be easy. Easier than other food items.
Well, the problem is,
if I needed to shoot a food item with a hockey stick into a corner to win something, I might choose a bagel.
True. However, in contests like this, you only get one try.
Yeah.
And I bet you would shoot it once, and as soon as you shoot it once, you're like, I bet I could do it on the second try. But you only get one. There's no warm-up shots.
Learn about the weight.
You're going
of
to rip
it.
that bagel to the top corner, and you're getting out.
That was my first question. Was like, how many attempts you get with the bagel?
Yeah.
Also, how stale is the bagel? Because I feel like if it's a harder bagel, it'd be easier to
Yeah,
shoot.
can I ask when it was cooked? Because if it was the day before bagel,
harder.
Yeah.
Good questions. I don't remember. It was 2007.
Playoff memories.
It was 18 years ago where we had people shoot bagels into a hockey net.
19 years ago today was Game 2, Sabres and Senators, a game I remember nothing about.
Oh, I'll tell you everything about that game.
I know who scored because I have the game log
Okay,
in front
hold
of
on.
me. I don't remember anything.
05-06?
Yep.
That's Ryan Miller, 48 saves, including one that Spezza came back. That's the double wow save. Where Spezza gets it between his legs, and he hangs his right leg back and keeps it out.
Yeah. 43 saves on 44
43?
shots,
Okay.
by the way.
Wow.
Double wow.
Okay. From RJ.
That moment I definitely remember. Yeah.
That was
Talinder and there are two other Sabres they're jumping into the crease behind Miller because they think the puck is rolling out. But
that was holding on for dear life to win that game. Did Drury
the Sabres, do you know what the shots were in that game?
Hold on. Did Drury score on the power play in that game? He scored from the low circle on the power play, maybe to go up.
No.
Okay, that's maybe game 1 then?
No, Dumont and Hesh.
Or game 5 he scored there?
Dumont and Hesh both score, and it was both were even strength.
Okay.
In this one.
But they won 2-1?
They won 2-1.
2-1.
And
the shots are 43-19.
44-17.
Okay.
Wow.
Emery 15 saves on 17 shots.
Listen, that series,
holy cow.
Lost in that series, that Sabres-Senators series. Sabres win game 1, which is the most amazing game ever played.
Yep.
Game 2, they win it like that, and they're coming back to Buffalo, and it becomes they might do this. Because the Senators were the big bad Sens, holy cow, they're amazing. Could the Sabres do this?
Yeah.
They win game 3 in overtime.
The fluttering the puck over the shoulder by Dumont.
Yep. And I remember, so this is a callback, but we talked to Owen earlier in this hour about Hellybuyck changing his pads.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Spezza either shaved or got a haircut between games 3 and 4.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a big no-no.
Well, the point was...
if it was the beard.
The point was we were losing 3 games to nothing. Just
gotta switch it up.
Gotta do something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shaving in playoffs would be crazy.
They won game 4.
Wow.
And then they lost game 5.
I'm trying to remember when I realized Emery was terrible.
Oh.
Well, it might have been just right away in game 1.
They lost. They did lose to him the next year.
They did.
Also,
it's true.
As part of that series where they beat the Sens to go on to play Carolina, this would have been, if Twitter was a thing, a flame. I'm pretty sure Barry Melrose picked Ottawa to come back from down 3-0 to beat the Sabres.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
The conversation on was
wow.
Ottawa's lost 3 one-goal games. They're the better team. Are they going to come back? Because they won game 4.
Yeah.
Yes, Ottawa will come back and win the series, and then the Sabres win in game 5.
In overtime.
Yep. Joe writes in, Joe Bob, I was there for the bagel shop on Walden by the old flea market. Bagel J's? Yup. Definitely.
Bagel J's.
Right there by the flea market on Walden. 100% that's where it was.
Someone tweeted in also that Drury power play goal you might be thinking of was game 4. Or game 3.
5.
Game 3, excuse me. Drury scored on the power play in game. He might have scored a couple power play goals.
I thought he scored a goal on the power play in Ottawa one, but it's fine.
So funny to look back on these game logs and just see how many penalties were called.
Yeah.
I've got game 3 open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minor penalties in the first period.
8 minor penalties in the first period.
And none of them were like
you could watch a
hooking interference, tripping, cross-checking interference, holding, roughing. Like it wasn't like a brawl that happened.
You could watch a 6-game series and not get 8 minor penalties.
All right, 2 of them. One was offsetting. Briere and Neal both got called for roughing at the same time.
That's nightmare fuel for a goalie to get into a game.
8 minor penalties. The whole period was spent with someone not on the advantage.
That was always the worst.
All right, we'll get a break in Extendo Sports coming up, then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. Should we start with Staal? Are you getting through this okay? The real feel to you is that the Sabres have franchises folded. It's just how they hired Eric Staal, but your real feel is that the franchise is gone and has died.
It's just they're being run by the 06 Hurricanes.
Right.
Like someone had a funny tweet on this, like where a lot of teams just bring back their old players, like and create an old boys club to run the franchise. And the Sabres are doing that with the 2006 Carolina Hurricanes of all teams.
It's only 2 people
so far. What's Brett Hedican doing? He's going to get a job in this organization?
Would you take it? Would you take it if it got Brindamore as the coach?
Maybe. He's the one guy that I would really want Brindamore as the coach. But it wouldn't feel good. That's the thing. It's such a special assistant to the general manager. He's Dwight Schrute. Assistant to the manager. And yet, it's like I got Eric Staal back working for the organization. It was gross enough that he got to wear the Sabre uniform at some point in time. And now he is in the organization. It is not like a real, impactful thing on what's going to happen with this hockey team. It's just, though, like, I don't know. This all stinks for fans for 15 years. And even the little things, they do get magnified because they're terrible. I understand that. But it's like even the little things just have to go like a way that you don't like. The lottery the other night. 0 expectation that they were going to win that lottery.
And they go down 2.
They go down 2 spots. Sweet, of course. 5% chance that was going to happen. There it is. You go down 2 spots. Congratulations. And then 2 nights later, it's, remember that team that you never, ever want to think about because they have your cup? Feels like they have your cup. Yeah, well, we're just going to hire their best player. Yeah, he lives here now. He's going to be working for the organization. Just, it doesn't feel good.
All right. Extendo Sports. What do we got here? What are we wrapping with? What's
Well, we get the Warriors tonight without Steph Curry.
Which the
stinks.
playoffs without Curry, it's like a day without sunshine.
But
hopefully they can last until he gets back.
And they might. I mean, Jimmy Butler dragged a Heat team to the finals twice, almost by himself.
Yep.
So he's just got to do that for a couple games probably because they're saying Curry's out like a week.
Okay, so Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield, can they get it done?
Yep.
Former number 2 overall pick, Buddy Hield? I think
he was a high pick. I don't know if he was second, but he was very high.
I think he was 1 or 2. Oklahoma?
From the Bahamas, by the way. This is the best NBA playoffs I've ever seen.
It has been.
It's awesome.
The game's never over.
all these comebacks.
For Buddy Hield.
Sixth overall?
Yeah, I think he was second. All right.
All these comebacks, though, all of these upsets that are happening everywhere. It's the first time I saw since like 74 that 2 60-win teams both find themselves down 2-0, which is the Cavs and the Celtics right now.
Yeah.
Both down 2-0.
Also, right, the drama and the sheer unlikelihood. It's only happened twice in NBA history that a team has won 5 consecutive road games by less than 3, I think is the number.
Okay.
I'll find this. And it's the Knicks and a team in 1998 did it in the regular season.
Okay.
Like the Knicks are winning road games just by the smallest margins, and they keep just getting it done.
I'm good with the 2 franchises that have huge markets, have never won in forever, like making it to the finals for the story. The Leafs in hockey and the Knicks in basketball. I'll take both of those right now. Give me Toronto in the finals and give me the Knicks in the finals.
Yeah.
I found myself rooting for Toronto yesterday, and I have no idea why.
Well, maybe we'll explore
Florida's
that.
a bunch of jerks.
We'll put you in the chair here, and we'll deeply dig into that psyche.
Yeah.
Rooting for the Leafs. I get it. I mean, it's the Panthers otherwise, and they just won. All right. Excuse me. You're off tomorrow.
Yes.
So have a good weekend. Nate's in. And we'll yell about stuff. Who knows? Enjoy the day. Back tomorrow here on WGR.